So I also wanted to, yeah, go.
Good morning. On behalf of Conflict and Resilience Research Institute and our team, University of Manitoba and York University, I welcome all of you to second day of our workshop titled Nature Triggered Extreme Events Who Might Could Respond. After a successful session yesterday, we are here today, this morning, to discuss a couple of more important and interesting matters. And we have a keynote speaker who's going to join from Europe, and I'm going to introduce him briefly. He's already online. And then we have interesting sessions with Canadian Journal Emergency Management and his team, and also from the CDSN team as well. And I also would like to share with you that we have an interesting presentation from an AI farm in France, which I will also participate. It's a collaborative presentation. And most importantly, we invite all of you to kindly join the session policy we always keep a networking session policy. So we discuss a couple of things and find out what are the recommendations from gathered from these 2 days of workshop. So with this end, I will go and request our keynote speaker today for his speech. Just tune in. Thank you. Collaborative partnership. As the director, Colonel Nikolov is responsible for developing and executing the center's strategic objectives in line with organization's mission and vision. He is leading the process of preparing and implementing comprehensive activity plans, setting priorities, and managing the process of elaboration.
Can you
For
hear
the
me?
Yes, we can. And
Can you hear me, please, just to confirm?
Colonel, can you hear us? No? Colonel, just see if you are muted. Can you hear us, Colonel? And finally, he is chief expert in exercise and training, MOD, senior assistant in simulations branch in the general staff, assistant in doctrines and training programs branch in training director in the general staff. And he's also the deputy chief of National Center for Modeling and Simulation, and also chief of the LRT National Military Training Complex for Charalitza. And Colonel Nikolov graduated in 1991 from the High Military School Ivolov, Shumen, Bulgaria. In 2003, he earned his master's degree from National Defense College, GS Rakovsky, Sofia, Bulgaria. He completed Junior Staff Officer course Liptovsky, Mikulash, Slovakia in 2005, joined Specialized Operation course in Joint Specialized Operation University in the US. Colonel Nikolov has a PhD in national security, presenting ways of improving of education and training for crisis management and disaster response. He is an author of many articles and feature on air defense and modeling and simulation thematics. Colonel Nikolov is a member of distinguished NATO modeling and simulation group. The main projects Colonel Nikolov was engaged with are the establishment and development of National Center for Modeling and Simulation. And he was also a project manager for establishment of Southeast Europe Education and Training Network and the decision-making support and data analysis platform of this group, including climate change. It's a privilege having you, sir. And you are on for this presentation, and let me know if you can hear us, because you are from our end, you are perfectly all right, sir. Go ahead. Thank you.
I can hear you very well. I'm not sure that you can hear me.
Yes,
I can
hear you, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity, first of all, to be on this event, even in online mode. I'm really sorry that I'm not presenting in person, but promise that for the next year, definitely I will be here or some other event and to meet and to talk, which is the most important thing. The idea of this presentation is actually to present you more about the crisis management and disaster response activities, not only from our point of view as a center of excellence, NATO Center of Excellence, but also from NATO perspectives. And I will pass through the crisis management system of NATO. I'll try to fit in these 30 minutes which you gave me, and after that to pass through some disasters. But most important is to raise some points which, as you presented me, I'm working in a lot of cross-cutting topics on crisis management and disaster response, as climate change, for example, protection of civilians, resilience, building resilience, modeling and simulation using some tools and softwares which are trying to provide some decision makers, which is very interesting. I hope that I will have opportunity to present our platform technical architecture, what we are doing here in the center, and trying to provide that kind of capabilities of NATO and Alliance, and also for the partners. But let's not lose time and start with the presentation. I will give you the extent overview on the crisis management and disaster response, as I mentioned, in NATO, the legal basis, and also I will cover disaster response role through the humanitarian assistance in disaster relief role for NATO. I can command the presentation. Thank you. First, let's set some fundamental principles and basic ideas. The NATO strategic concept is the document which sets the alliance strategy. It also outlines NATO enduring purpose and nature, its fundamental security tasks, and the challenges and opportunities it faces. The concept outlines three core tasks you can see on the slide: crisis prevention and management. For me, that is the most important point, because everyone has a response. We are very good in the response, but in prevention and management and mitigation, is the most important parts. It commits the alliance to be ready, case by case and by consensus, continuously to monitor and analyze the international environment, to anticipate crises, and where appropriate, take active steps to prevent them from becoming larger conflict. At the political level, NATO identifies two criteria under which operations are executed. This collective defense, Article 5 operations, it's famous and you know it, on the North Atlantic Treaty, and crisis response, often referred to as non-Article 5 operations. With and in support of such structure, the alliance remains ready on a case-by-case and by consensus to contribute to effective conflict prevention, to engage actively in crisis response and management, including non-Article 5 crisis response operations. On the third place, crisis response operations are focused on contributing to effective crisis management by the wider international community when there appears to be no direct threat to NATO nations or territories. The United Nations and relevant local, regional, and international organizations, as well as appropriate non-governmental organizations, have clear role in this international community, where close collaboration among all actors involved in this response is blended with the need to be recognized and interdependencies of all of them. Let's start with question what? What is the meaning of the term crisis? Despite its frequent use, no collectively accepted definition of a crisis exists. According to the context in which the word crisis is used, different definitions have been given to the concept. Webster, for example, crisis is a turning point for better or worse, an unstable or critical time or state of affairs in which a decisive change is impending. Especially one with the distinct possibility of a highly undesirable outcomes, a situation that has reached a critical phase. In NATO, crisis can be understood as a national or international situation in which there is a threat to priority values, interests, or goals of the parties involved. This definition is formed by an ad hoc working group in NATO. Looking at this definition, we have to bear in mind whichever definition may be preferred. It is important to recognize that crisis is very much in the mind of the individual involved or affected by the situation, because crisis for one party may not be a crisis for another. According to NATO, a crisis can be political, military, or humanitarian. They can be caused by political or armed conflict, technological incident, or natural disasters also, which is recently happened even for example, in Turkey. In 1949, the Washington Treaty, the foundation treaty of NATO, constitutes the basic legal framework for the NATO and the NATO crisis management. The first 7 articles of the treaty, in particular 4, 5, and 7, establishes the legal basis for NATO crisis management. Just to remind, Article 4 set for consultation process, stating that the parties will consult together whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened. First, recognized threat by any of the member states could be a case to be considered by the alliance that may potentially require response. And secondly, it establishes the method of alliance decision-making system on the basis of consultations. Under Article 4 of the treaty, any ally can request consultations whenever, in the opinion of any of them, their territorial integrity, political independence, or security is threatened. Since the alliance creation in 1949, actually, Article 4 has been invoked several times. The first time was called upon in 2003, when Turkey invoked it to ask the allies for protection from Saddam Hussein during the American invasion of Iraq. And also in 2014, Poland and Lithuania jointly requested an Article 4 consultation after Russia's annexation of Crimea, for example. The famous Article 5 expresses that an armed attack against one or more of them shall be considered an attack against them all, and each of them will assist the parties so attacked by taking such action, including the use of armed forces to restore and maintain the security of the North Atlantic area. This article outlines the way of individual or collective response to the armed attacks, which has been the focus of the NATO crisis management during the Cold War and still is the most important component of NATO crisis management, especially now in the situation in Ukraine. Till now, Article 5 is engaged only one time in 9/11 for terroristic act for two towers in the United States. NATO accepts and respects the supremacy of the United Nations for the maintenance of international peace and security as outlined in Article 7. The Charter of the United Nations, signed in 1945, establishes the overall responsibility of the United Nations Security Council for international peace and security. They also commit themselves to the principles of collective defense in line with Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which establishes the inherent right of individual or collective defense of all United Nations member countries. Collective defense is central to NATO's founding treaty and commits allies to protecting each other, setting a spirit of solidarity within the alliance. Under Article 103 of the United Nations Charter, which is binding for all NATO allies as United Nations member states, the obligations under the UN Charter prevail over obligations under other international agreements. In the Washington Treaty itself clearly subordinates the alliance to the United Nations Charter. In the same vein, the preamble and the Article 1 of the Washington Treaty confirm the alliance adherence to United Nations primacy. Also, NATO's 2022 strategic concept commits the alliance to preventing crises, managing conflicts, and stabilizing post-conflict situations, including by working more closely with NATO international partners, mainly with the United Nations and the European Union. NATO understanding of crisis management is formulated in MC 400/1 as coordinated actions taken to diffuse crisis, prevent their escalation into armed conflict, and or contain resulting hostilities if they should result. In the strategic concept, it is stated that NATO allies have a shared interest in contributing to stability and managing conflict together through NATO. NATO will continue to work to prevent and respond to crises when these have the potential to affect allied security. NATO will build on the unique capabilities and expertise it have acquired in crisis management. To that end, NATO will invest in crisis response, preparedness, and management through regular exercises and leverage its ability to coordinate, conduct, sustain, and support multinational crisis response operations. Also, NATO will ensure the resources, capabilities, training, and command and control arrangements to deploy and sustain military and civilian crisis management, stabilization, and counterterrorism operations, including at strategic distance. It is useful to note the agreed objectives of NATO crisis management in broad terms. This on the slide depicted, you can see. But first, to contribute to effective conflict prevention, including contribution for reducing tensions so as to prevent them from becoming crises which could affect the security of allies, and through crisis response options. Secondly, to manage effectively crises which have arisen to prevent them from becoming conflicts. Third, to ensure timely civil and military preparedness adapted to suit different degrees of crisis. In the very unlikely event that hostilities break out, to control the response, prevent further escalation, and persuade any aggressor to cease his attack and withdraw. And finally, when further escalation of hostilities have been stopped or under control, to de-escalate in order to re-establish normal order and restore stability. On the slide here, you can see the NATO crisis management basic principles: supremacy of NAC, consensus, permanent representation of NATO nations, and political control over the military. On the next slide, we'll be a little bit busy, but here we are talking about this principle. It brings forward the next question in the topic. Who is involved? Who the decision-making bodies are? Here on the slide, you can see the general NATO decision-making structure. I will not stop, of course, and will not pass through all of this because it's a long story and I don't want to waste the time. But most important is that the North Atlantic Council is the highest decision-making body. It is composed by the permanent representatives. I would like to stress that at the 2018 Brussels summit, for example, allies agreed to strengthen the military backbone of the alliance, and they decided to establish a cyberspace operations center in Belgium to provide situational awareness and coordination of NATO operational activity within cyberspace. A joint force command in Norfolk headquarters, which is the new one in the United States, to focus on protecting transatlantic lines of communication, and joint support and enabling command in Ulm, which is again new structure in Germany, to ensure freedom of operation and sustainment in the rear area in support of the rapid movement of troops and equipment into, across, and from Europe. These new entities are all operational and have reached varying degrees of capability development. Moreover, in October 2020, allies agreed to establish a NATO space center that will be located in Ramstein, Germany. It will help increase the alliance's awareness of challenges in space and its ability to deal with them. The key crisis management bodies you can see on the slide: the North Atlantic Council, which is the principal political decision-making body within NATO. It oversees the political and military process relating to security issues affecting the whole alliance. The Council is supported by a number of specialized committees, including Operations Policy Committee, the Military Committee, Political Committee, Civil Emergency. All they are depicted on the slide. It is important to recall that NATO cooperates with a wide range of countries as well as international organizations. NATO has developed a number of partnership tools and mechanisms to support cooperation with partner countries through a mix of policies, programs, actions, plans, and other arrangements. Many tools are focused on the important priorities of interoperability and building capabilities and supporting defense and security-related reform. Euro-Atlantic partners are partner countries which are members of the Euro-Atlantic Partnership Council, which is a multilateral forum for dialogue and consultation on political and security-related among allies and partner countries issues. NATO's Istanbul Cooperation Initiative launched the Alliance Summit in Turkey City in June 2004, aims to contribute to long-term global and regional security by offering countries of the broader Middle East region practical bilateral security cooperation with NATO. First initiated in 1994, the Mediterranean dialogue includes 7 non-NATO countries of the Mediterranean region, and it aims to contribute to the security and stability of the region, as well as to achieve better mutual understanding about NATO among partner countries. And finally, partner across the globe, all not a part of NATO formal partnership structures. These countries develop cooperation with NATO in areas of mutual interest, including emerging security challenges, and some contribute actively to NATO operations, either military or in some other way. The NATO crisis response system as a whole is the overarching system for crisis management against which all planning processes should be designed. It may be used at any stage of a crisis, but offers most benefit in the early period of a developing situation or in managing consequences immediately after a sudden event. NATO crisis response is comprised of crisis response process, various components, mechanisms, and procedures on the slide. NATO crisis response process is one of the main pillars of NATO crisis response system. It comprises 6 phases. It could be easily adapted to any Article 5 or non-Article 5 crisis situation. It is designed to allow the relevant headquarters, committees, and working groups to coordinate their work. When it comes to the components of the NATO crisis response system, they are as follows: preventive options, crisis response measures, counter-aggression. It marks the transition from a condition of preparation and development readiness to one of authorization for the employment of NATO forces in accordance with Article 5. This slide is I made especially for you because this is some kind of transferring how we can make it relation between NATO crisis management system and disaster management process, for example. If you can see, the recovery phase is more related with Article 2, to the mitigation phase with Article 4, the preparedness with Article 3, and response, of course, with the Article 5. There is nothing new in this cycle, actually. We just repeat it. The same is almost with the building resilience and be prepared to mitigate, to respond, and to recover after any kind of disaster or any kind of incident. On the field of disaster response, the concept is narrowing down, but NATO has prepared very up-to-date procedures, and especially contribution to disaster relief is becoming more and more essential. In the process to establish a framework for disaster relief operations and set the military disaster relief role and principles, I would like to start from the core document that establishes and reflects NATO transatlantic consensus. Again, NATO strategic concept. There is a significant change in the way of understanding the threat emanating from different disasters. While in 2010's version of the concept, there were no single words as disaster, natural, human-induced, etc., relief. All those terms linked with this role of NATO. In 2022 strategic concept, it is agreed that in the foreseeable future, in this strategic security environment, our forces need to operate in more extreme climate conditions, and our militaries are more frequently called upon to assist in disaster relief. As part of this switch, I can mention some strategic and visionary documents on the slide. You can see Strategic Foresight Analysis 2017 report, Framework for Future Alliance Operations report, NATO 2030 version. It is a wide range of explanations, argumentations, and motivations, but overlapping conclusions. Disasters will have great impact. They will be more frequent and severe, and more people and infrastructure will be exposed. The very hot example is the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. When it comes to military capabilities, a major disaster would affect NATO's ability to contribute to existing or emerging alliance operations. It is expected to be increased requirement for humanitarian support, which will require truly comprehensive, military, governmental, and non-governmental interoperability, and to ensure effective strategic coordination, planning, and execution of disaster relief and humanitarian support operations. That new environment with higher possibility of disasters will require a major employment of military power to disaster relief operations. As nations increasingly respond to disasters with the use of their military to help civil authorities, there will be a subsequent effect on military training, readiness, and availability of forces. This will affect the overall readiness of the alliance. NATO 2030 vision, the document which directed process of strategic concept production, stressed that consistent with defense priority, NATO will develop a regular schedule of training exercises that will prepare allies to anticipate and simulate strategic shocks from natural and man-made disasters, both individually and simultaneously with one another. After covering the conceptual level, let's take a look on the military portion in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Humanitarian assistance is a complex subject which may involve many participants, which include governments, international organizations, non-government organizations, and others. The extent of the assistance that can be provided by NATO is guided by NATO policies and several instruments, notably the guidelines on the use of foreign military and civil defense assets in disaster relief, the so-called also guidelines, and reference for complex emergency. Here should be mentioned the comprehensive approach as a fundamental to solve humanitarian crisis. The effective implementation of this approach requires all actors to contribute with a shared purpose based on a common sense of responsibility. On the action-taking level, comprehensive approach is applied to civil-military cooperation, providing the foundation for deconfliction. The humanitarian effort purpose of the military is part of the crisis management role in the pursuit of declared alliance strategic political objectives. Normally, military forces work to create the conditions in which this other agency can operate more freely and effectively. NATO's militaries have been involved in disaster relief since 1950 from the very beginning. During the years and after NATO's involvement in disaster relief operations, for example, United States of America, Katrina hurricane 2005, Pakistan earthquake 2005, some questions have raised about why should military capabilities be deployed in international disaster relief operations? Why should NATO be deployed? Who should lead and coordinate operations dialing the consequences of disasters? It is not relevant to talk about efficacy when it comes to life. Some questions emerge also when it comes to decision making, multilateral or bilateral contribution, different contribution capabilities of the countries in NATO coordination, funding mechanism, etc. There are a lot of pros and cons about the involvement of militaries in this kind of operations. But one is clear: in serious cases, when the civil authorities are overwhelmed, the militaries are those who, as the last resort, can make the big difference. For example, strategic airlift, rapidly deployable military hospitals and medical personnel, military engineers, water purifications, and search and rescue teams, etc., etc. That's why helping national authorities in responding to natural or industrial disaster is a fundamental mission of the armed forces in most NATO and non-NATO countries, including Bulgaria. It's a mission free on our armed forces. It is clear that military contribution brings more effectiveness in disaster relief operations, while the military is clear have useful capabilities to bring to disaster relief operations, such assistance should be provided according to the principle of subsidiarity. Civil responders should always be in the lead and must formally request military support, normally from the host nation or the agency leading the humanitarian efforts. Disaster relief role of the military is embedded in many NATO's doctrines. You can see some of them. Allied Joint Doctrine AGP 01 underlines that NATO structure facilitates continued consultation, coordination, and cooperation between members on political, military, economic, and other aspects of security. Allied Joint Doctrine AGP 03 for conduct of operations outlines the meaning of humanitarian assistance by underlying that it's limited in scope and duration and is designed to supplement or complement the efforts of the host nation civil authorities. In the framework of NATO-led operations, alliance forces could assume tasks in support of larger humanitarian efforts. Such operations should be in accordance with the guidelines adopted by the Interagency Standing Committee in the United Nations. Tasks that military forces may be requested to perform in support of humanitarian assistance are categorized as infrastructure support, indirect assistance, and direct assistance. And to focus our attention to AGP 3.26, one of the very last NATO's publication, dated from October 2022, it outlines the NATO procedures for military contribution to humanitarian assistance. This AGP describes the military contribution in response to humanitarian crisis conducted both as a separate humanitarian operation and as part of an ongoing NATO operation. It also provides a useful framework for operations conducted by a coalition of NATO members, partners, and non-NATO participation. Assessment should be conducted on site when possible and with the main actors involved in the humanitarian assistance efforts to ensure adequate planning and force generation, particularly when local authorities are rendered ineffective by the disaster. Should the military be required to assist in providing services such as food, water, medical care, this task should transition from military to civilian responsibility as soon as possible. The plan to transition from military support to civil authorities is a vital component of planning humanitarian assistance operations because it ensures continuity, quality of care, and enhances credibility. And of course, building resilience and governmental approach. The two basic organizations of the Euro-Atlantic disaster response capabilities, I would like just to mention them, I will not stop. The Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center, ERDCC, and the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Unit. Both complement and provide additional support to United Nations entities providing disaster response services. And last but not least, the very crucial, the NATO crisis response system, NATO's operation planning process and NATO civil emergency planning crisis management arrangements are designed to underpin the alliance's disaster relief role. And finally, this slide encompasses the NATO framework for disaster relief operations. One of my experts in the center did his best to outreach as wider as possible conceptual framework in order to demonstrate how consistently NATO is working to provide reliable disaster relief contribution. So again, disaster relief is part of the military responsibility in NATO, but civil responders should always be in the lead and must formally request military support, which is provided after consultation of the strategic commanders, recommendations by the military committee, and approval by the North Atlantic Council. I think that I'm almost on my last slide. Just some words about our center in the area of crisis management and disaster response. Our Center of Excellence is internationally recognized and support NATO transformation. Our products ranging from courses, workshops, to analysis and strategic documents. As I mentioned, we already made some capabilities in modeling and simulation, and we are ready to support any kind of education and training process, not only for NATO, but for partners, also for new partners, global partners, and etc. From that perspective, our center is one of the instruments of NATO to deal with and to prepare and mitigate the results of the disasters and crises. Thank you very much for your attention. I think that I'm almost done exactly on time. Even we have time for questions. Hope that you hear me.
Thank you so much.
Very much. I'm sure that you hear me.
You are absolutely on time, sir, and we appreciate your lecture. And this is a Q&A session, and although we have some time, but I request audience to kindly limit the questions because we have next panelist in line. So if there's any question, Dr. Niru has first question.
Colonel Niccolo, hi, it's Niru. It's so nice to see you after, a month and a half ago, we had our first meeting. So I just want to say hello. Good afternoon. I understand you were in Qatar yesterday. So audience is here. We are all looking forward to continuing this relationship with you. I'll throw in one question for you here. What is a typical timeline from a request being made for NATO assistance to a large-scale emergency somewhere in the world to actually deployment of the NATO team?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I'm sure that we will continue. This is just a start working as a first event, but I'm sure that we'll continue, and we have a lot of ideas, a lot of projects where we can cooperate together. The question is important. It depends of a lot of factors, including first of all, in most of the cases, the request is coming very late, on late stage, which is important from that perspective. The nations, the NATO nations, alliance, and partners to be familiar with this process, to know that they can require the help from NATO and indirectly from ERDCC. The process is very easy, let's say, for the nation. Just formalize letter to the ERDCC and can provide it. In that case, ERDCC provides this request to all nations, and the most important, and especially in the first hours of some disasters, is the bilateral cooperation between the nations. And if some nations understood it, some event required a lot of efforts and especially techniques, manpower, or something specialized, the process could be very short. But again, even sometimes it takes hours. Some nations, if have a legal basis, etc., and if everything is coming through the national channels already set up, this is very fast. Sometimes, because some nations would like to help, but they don't know how to contact, especially in disaster when everything is busy with deal with disasters. And most of the cases don't have this good cooperation between who struggled and who can help. If we know exactly the process, it's a matter of hours, no more than 1-2 days to receive the help. But if you don't know the process, maybe sometimes make longer, and most of the cases we lose opportunity to help to resolve in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel, for your wonderful presentation, and we appreciate here from Canada the efforts being taken. And we have learned quite a lot this morning how NATO operates and the functions, and we look forward cooperating with you, as Dr. Niru mentioned, in the future. So thank you once again. Stay well and stay safe. Bye bye.
Thank you, and hope to see you soon.
Great. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have the next panelist, Mr. Simon Wells, and he's an emergency management practitioner with experience at federal and municipal levels of government. And we'll give him some time to set up his presentation.
Wait for a minute. Okay, it's on. Just while we're doing that, I'm going to ask Ramya and Richard to let me know what events they're going to, and I'll try not to public speak there, because the last time I was public speaking in front of them, the Commissioner of EM for Ontario decided to listen to the presentation, and then now they're here today, and I have to follow a scholar warrior who did a brilliant presentation like that. So please let me know ahead of time. Thank you to Colonel Nikolov, and thank you folks for the invitation. We are good to go. Yes. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Simon, if you kindly give me, because I'm yet to read out.
Of course. Sure, you got it.
So Simon has served in key roles in over 20 major emergencies and events and dozens of local incidents. Simon is also the founder and principal of the Canadian Journal of Emergency Management, a unique publication that creates a forum for practitioners, scholars, and policymakers to mobilize their knowledge on disaster and emergency management in Canada. He is the Vice President of the International Association of Emergency Managers, Canada, Ontario region. Simon holds a Master's of Arts in Human Security and Peace Building from Royal Roads University, and is an MBA candidate at Toronto Metropolitan University. He is a certified emergency manager, professional logistician, and associate business continuity professional. He proudly calls Scarborough, Ontario home with his wife. Thank you. Simon, floor is yours.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thank you, all of you, for having me here today and hearing what I have to say, as well as offering your own contributions. I really appreciate this opportunity. As you heard, I'm the founder and principal of the Canadian Journal of Emergency Management. I really just get to lead a team of brilliant people and ask them to put together a premier publication. We're the only publication in Canada that has a peer review process in the emergency management space, and I'm very proud of the work that they do to provide a service of value to our community of practice. I'm going to talk to you today not about something that I consider fact, something that's codified. I'm going to introduce an idea to you, and I'm going to ask you to take this away and think about this either as scholars or practitioners or trainers or senior leaders or whatever it is you do at your organization or the communities that you serve. And I just want you to really encourage you to interrogate the idea, and if you don't agree, that's completely fine. Maybe it doesn't fit for you, but think about this and think about how this applies and how you can affect positive change. And what I want to present to you is requests for federal assistance as a knowledge mobilization problem. What I'm going to suggest at a very high level today is that the increase in demand for federal government support in disaster and emergency management and response is related, at least indirectly, to knowledge mobilization on a couple of key factors. And I'll speak about that in a moment. I also just want to acknowledge that the factors that affect need for federal support or higher level of government support are not limited to knowledge mobilization, and I don't even think this is one of the top 3 factors in that. I mean, there's systemic and strategic issues, economic issues, political issues, and so on and so forth. That's out of scope. I just want to talk about what we do at CGEM, and that's knowledge mobilization, and hopefully that adds some value. I'm going to skip through the I love me slide. I just want to note that I tend to think of things as a logistician, which is my trade. I spent a couple years at Public Safety Canada at the regional office, so thanks to Tom Heinsohn for the amazing presentation yesterday. You saw the regional office is actually directly in receipt from requests for assistance. I've literally handled them, so it's not really theoretical knowledge that I'm speaking about. It is from experience. all that good stuff. Fantastic. I just want to stress this is my own perspective. It is not my past or present employer. I'm not speaking for the employer that I work for now. I'm not speaking for the government of Canada, which I used to work for. I'm speaking for myself and CGEM. So here's how we're going to tackle this topic. I'm going to give you a refresher on the concepts and doctrine in emergency management in Canada. I'm actually going to skip over the RFAs because that was covered in great detail yesterday and very well, far more eloquently than I could hope to. But I will make one quick point on RFAs, and then I'm going to talk about relief of the demand for RFAs, and then pressures on them, on the demand, creating more demand for them, and then a couple of solutions, which I think are planning processes and service level agreements. And that's where the conversation will pivot into knowledge mobilization. So on the right, you can see the coat of arms of or rather the crest of the Canadian Emergency Management College, which was closed in 2012. Objectively a bad thing for this industry in this country. That's not political commentary, it's just the truth. It created a massive gap in national standardized training. And as a result, training has been downloaded and is managed by at the provincial and territorial level very often, and they do an excellent job. But there's not federal leadership in this area as a result of the closure of the college. There are other organizations that step in and fill this gap, like ICS Canada, and they do a great job. But I would suggest that ICS Canada, not critical at all, but ICS Canada responds to the needs of the doctrine. The doctrine doesn't respond to the need of the field, right? So the ICS doesn't evolve, it stays static, and they teach expertise on that. And that's fine. ICS is important /IMS. Historically, the EM College focused on CBRNE and then moved into more specialized emergency management training. So maybe you would go do ICS 200 or 300 or IMS if you're in Ontario, because we're special here. And then you would move on, and then you would do more specialized training on things that the FEMA Academy offers in great detail. So as a result, knowledge mobilization organizations have stepped in to try and fill this gap, this problem that we have, that emergency managers don't have the advanced skills, technical skills and knowledge that they need. Now, backing up a little bit, concepts are really about what or why we do things, right? There's sort of the higher level, bigger picture, what we're doing in disaster and emergency management, and what is the raison d'etre. And then the doctrine is really the operations or the tactics of it. That's the how. Okay? So typically those two things should be tied together. And these knowledge mobilization organizations, which includes CGEM, don't have the ability to answer all of these questions. So the Emergency Preparedness in Canada podcast, fantastic. They dive into some specific issues with subject matter experts, and they do a great job. But it's two guys putting together a podcast in Alberta when they have the time, when they're not in emergency response. Great deal of respect. They're partners of ours. I think they would agree with that too. Same thing with CGEM. We can only publish what's given to us. We don't write things. We peer review them, right? With an editorial board of very talented people. But we don't fill these gaps. They have to be brought to us. HazardScape was a business trying to do virtual training. I think it's closed down, but the owner is still in the coaching space, and then ICS Canada, and so on and so forth. Those types of organizations trying to fill that gap that can't be filled by federal leadership, and not a critique of our federal partners in the room. They are certainly not responsible, nor is their department. Our reliance on FEMA for their training and their principles and their doctrine, it's incredibly problematic because it creates an unrealistic expectation for the government of Canada in emergency response. The relationship between Canada and the provinces and territories and its Indigenous peoples are fundamentally different than the American structures in place. So the National Incident Management System from FEMA doesn't work here. It doesn't reflect our reality. We've gotten better. You're starting to see more and more best practices being pulled from Australia and New Zealand, Commonwealth countries with similar constitutional monarchies. That makes more sense. They also deal with, they manage those things in a different way. But that is a major problem. It's just copying and pasting American doctrine, putting a Canadian flag on it and saying, here we go. And as of now, there's no center of excellence for comprehensive emergency management training, which is not just incident command system, right? It's bigger than that. And I think if anything, lesson learned for me in COVID, ICS didn't work for that. That's not how organizations move things. ICS is great when you're interfacing with units on the ground, responders and that sort of thing. It's not helpful for steering a whole of society response. It just doesn't work. So I'll move through RFAs. That was covered again very well yesterday in great detail. I just want to highlight the word cope. This is from public-facing doctrine or concepts actually, from the Emergency Management Framework for Canada and the Strategy for Canada, the updated strategy. And the Public Safety Canada itself notes that the province or territory may request assistance if they require resources in response beyond their capacity to cope. So it's not their ability to manage their ability or their preference for optics or even their knowledge gap, and I'll talk about that in a moment. It's their ability to cope. They need to be totally overwhelmed to submit an RFA. And then I'll note just on the far right there, the resources actually assigned to the province and territory according to Public Safety Canada, although of course the tactical reality is sometimes different in terms of how we coordinate resources and that sort of thing. But that was covered in great detail, so we'll move on. Okay, relief of demand for RFAs and pressures on them. First, the Government of Canada, and I applaud this, committed $150 million to support humanitarian workforce development. The last of those cash flows has flown. Okay, so that was provided to a working group that was trying to build humanitarian capacity, NGO capacity. We heard about the many, many missions that NGOs can fulfill. They've also made a commitment to public awareness, which is a contribution towards societal resilience. The more the public is involved, beyond those out-of-date, get prepared 24-hour kind of messaging, and actually has meaningful, actionable information that they can do to improve their disaster outcomes, the better. And then important to note, just generally speaking, there are other levels of government and private sector actors that can fulfill the capabilities most often sought through requests for federal assistance. They are out there, and this is where we start pivoting into knowledge mobilization in just a moment, because those resources are there. I would suggest that there are very, very few opportunities where an RFA is actually necessary. Very few, with all due respect to our colleagues. Some pressures on RFAs. The National Adaptation and Emergency Management Strategies actually call for more responsiveness to RFAs. So at the same time we're trying to curb the demand on them, the Government of Canada's stated policy position is they are going to be more responsive. And their spending and staffing, despite that, are trending downward, which is partially due to the resolution of active RFAs and disaster financial assistance arrangements and to the humanitarian workforce program, but also is a planned reduction in expenditures on emergency management programs. So on the right, and I realized last night as I was looking this over, I'm in a room, half full of scholars, and I didn't properly cite this, so I apologize. But the first two graphs on the top there, or the charts, pull on Public Safety Canada's departmental plan for the coming fiscal year, or 2 fiscal years. And then I did use open sources for the estimate of CAF regular force personnel on the bottom. I have limited confidence in that, but the point remains you're going to make now. And that is that planned spending by next fiscal year in Public Safety Canada, specifically on emergency management, will drop to just below $150 million for that year. And then its planned staffing will drop to just over 250 FTEs. And I think if you read the fine print in that plan, their idea is that they're not going to replace folks who are retiring. So they're just going to allow that attrition to occur on slightly. But you can see that staffing and spending are trending down in Public Safety Canada. And then in the Canadian Armed Forces, you can see ongoing attrition issues potentially affecting them. Again, limited confidence, but we know that's an ongoing issue. And we know that, based on that trend, if that rate of attrition remains true, the regular force could drop below 60,000 people this fiscal year. So all of that to say, we're putting pressure on the Government of Canada, and it's putting pressure on itself. I'm sorry, we are not. It's saying we are going to be more responsive and then making choices to spend less and allow soldiers to get out of uniform. Not a criticism of anybody in the room, of anybody we interact with on a daily basis. These are policy decisions. Also worth noting, each request for assistance for Canadian Armed Forces resources is troops taken off of task, which impacts national defense and security. I'm glad to see that militaries, including our NATO colleagues, are interested in being involved in disaster relief, but their primary mission is not to do that. It is to defend and secure Canada. And there's a whole strategy about that, although I'm not the subject matter expert on that. And then finally, a pretty noteworthy pressure is the public consciousness of disasters and disaster response after COVID-19. There's a great deal of awareness of disasters, of expectations on governments about disasters and disaster response. And quite honestly, there's a significant drop in confidence in all levels of government, and that's probably deserved in some ways. So being a logistician, I tend to think of things in logistical terms, and I see that demand is increasing and supply is decreasing. And when that happens, the value of a resource, its scarcity goes up. And so its value goes up. And so we need to curb demand for requests for federal assistance. And this is where it becomes a knowledge mobilization problem. So the first is educating on planning processes. On the left, you can see the cover of the Emergency Management Planning Guide issued by Public Safety Canada in 2010-2011 fiscal year. That is over a decade old. It's still public facing. It amazes me and frankly scares me when I hear emergency managers say that we don't have planning doctrine in Canada, because we do. And if you Google search emergency management planning doctrine in Canada, it is the first result. So it's there. It's about 25 pages long. It's not a cumbersome read. It's not incredibly technical. And if you don't have the time to read it, which I understand a lot of communities don't have dedicated emergency managers, there's a blueprint. Annex A is a blueprint, and it will take you through step by step by step for everything you need to do to build a strategic emergency management plan and program. And to summarize that, looking to the right, then it will take you through an environmental scan, hazard identification, vulnerability or impact assessment, risk assessment, and then you need to identify strategic goals, your concept of operations, and then critically, preparedness action is, quote, putting in place any required service level agreements, memoranda of understanding, and mutual assistance agreements. So through this process, you should identify what is your optimal response strategy. Do I have the resources to meet those goals, those strategies and goals? And if not, one is prompted to make sure that they have arrangements to get those resources, so they're there, or they should be accounted for at least. And then the outcome ideally is an effective emergency response and a plan that includes the concept of operations, the resources, the strategies, the goals, the objectives. And so I think we really need to ask ourselves why these emergency needs aren't being identified and planned for ahead of time. I don't say that critically, I say that as a knowledge mobilization problem. Why do people not know that this is out there, and why are they not using this planning process? Because it's public facing, and if you do the Google search, it's out there. So what is the barrier? What is the cognitive barrier to not understanding that this is something that emergency managers should be thinking about? I would suggest that because if you take ICS training all the way through, and no fault of the ICS Canada folks, but if you take that training all the way through, they give you a planning P and they tell you that that's planning, but it's not. That's not how emergency planning works at an operational or higher level. So this is a knowledge mobilization problem, is planning processes. The next solution is service level agreements. As we heard yesterday, NGOs, private sector companies, there are myriad companies out there and organizations that provide sandbagging, flood control equipment, fire and life safety consulting. So whether you're working at more of a community level, flood mitigation or response, whether you're working with an organization with a lot of property and you need to have a fire and life safety plan, there are companies out there that do this. It's their bread and butter, and they know that there are managers out there who are looking for their services, and this is what they do. They're really, really technical stuff. Do you want to know sandbagging? Not a soldering skill. Okay? Entrenchment is a soldering skill, stacking them up in a way that prevents you from getting shot. But anybody can fill out a sandbag. It's not, you do not need the Army to do that. There are volunteer forces that may be able to do this work and go into communities or do it for the communities if they're asked. And I know somewhere there is a gray shirt from Team Rubicon flipping through the news going like, when's the next disaster? Put me in, coach. They are chomping at the bit to get in there. It's not just Team Rubicon. It's Salvation Army. It's Canadian Red Cross. It's the faith-based organization. Islamic Relief Canada has, I think, the highest charity intelligence score of disaster adjacent charities in Canada. So there's lots of organizations out there. And they have those service level agreements and memoranda of understanding already in place with communities and other levels of government. So this isn't new. This isn't something that needs to be built from the ground up. Every time there's a call or an appeal for donations at the federal level, they've already got that MOU in place. It's not new. It's not being rebuilt every time. Someone gets on a call and says, activate it, go. And then the government of Canada matches those donations overseas. The same is true for disaster response operations. And then there's emergency procurement solutions like the Emergency Management Logistics Canada Marketplace. These folks are partners of CGEM. I'm not an investor. I'm not going to make a bunch of money if or when they blow up. They're doing fantastic and doing an important pilot across Alberta right now with a lot of significant uptake. But they have this website. It's a digital platform, right? This is just one example, but it's a digital platform. It's a marketplace, and vendors can go on there and offer their emergency services or resources, right? And you or we, as emergency managers, when required, can go on there and find those niche resources that we may not have access to. So if somehow you didn't do the planning process, you didn't do the assessment of what resources you need, you're up, you know what, creek without a paddle, and you need the icebreaker, for example. You go on here, you look at the resources they have, the vehicles they have, the equipment they have, the supplies they have, the services, the facilities, right? All that type of thing. If you need an emergency reception center, you don't know where to go, maybe there's one nearby. Aviation, I've always wanted to have an air operations branch in my incident management system. Never got one yet, but maybe that's a way I can activate one. The point being is this is moving into the digital world, and it is democratizing access to resources in a way that's never really occurred before. Right? So that's a solution that's out there. It's valuable. It's worked. It's being adopted by communities across Alberta, and I know that they're looking to do some work. They have a national vision as well. And so I, again, would suggest that there's simply no reason why we can't be either prepared or quickly resource ourselves as communities, as emergency management organizations, et cetera, when the time comes. And that is another lever that we can pull to relieve demand on requests for federal assistance to the government of Canada. So in summary, there's a gap in concepts and doctrine in Canada. We don't train emergency managers well, and education and educators, respectfully, I think they would agree, don't provide specific job skills to emergency managers. Nobody walks out of a master's program ready to be the EOC director. And I don't think anyone would argue with that. There's simply too many pressures on the government of Canada and the Canadian Armed Forces and not enough resources to sustain the amount of requests for assistance that go up. And that is by design. That is by spending and FTEs and policy decisions. And that's not getting better, it's getting worse. There's well-established emergency management planning doctrine in place that, if followed, should account for the needs that we are trying to solve with RFAs ahead of time. Breaking the glass and picking up the red phone doesn't have to be the way to go. Following a planning process and at least asking the question and having awareness of where gaps occur and taking the time to put in place those service level agreements, those memorandums of understanding, those mutual aid agreements with vendors, charities, nonprofits, accessing marketplaces, neighboring communities, and provinces and territories to resource those emergency management needs is certainly possible. It can be done with foresight, and we have tools at our disposal to do that. And then I think as an industry, we need a center of excellence for concepts and doctrine. And I realize that's not going to happen today or in this room, but I would ask you to take that message forward, is that we need that center of excellence. Okay, maybe it's not the EM college, maybe it's not getting every emergency manager in the country to file through the NAV Center in Cornwall once a year to do updated training. That's probably not realistic, but this is a need because clearly we're not preparing emergency managers in this country to plan properly for an emergency and resource themselves and their communities properly in an emergency. And that's not their fault either. I would say that most people in the game right now, it's not any of their fault, but it is our responsibility to fix it. And then we also need to teach people operational art, which is, to put it simply, getting stuff done. And we need to teach emergency managers how that works as well. And that, yes, the executives in your organization, whoever has the ordering council, perhaps it's the head of your community, expect you to lean in and lead. And that is, we need to stop sidelining ourselves, because we did that in COVID. We sidelined ourselves, and a lot of emergency managers at all levels put their hands up and said, I'm not the one who makes that decision. And they said, okay, you're out of the way. We'll make the decisions now. And that was a bad thing. Okay? And we need to do this with whole of society participation. Fundamentally absent from all of these conversations is the private sector. And so the vendors who have these resources and they have the technical expertise and they make oodles and oodles of money doing it because they're so good at it, not to mention the crisis management advisory firms, the Deloittes of the world and that sort of thing, who have their own motives, but all that expertise is absent from this conversation everywhere across the industry. And there's this big gap, like right down Bay Street. It's this sort of black line down the map that we just think doesn't exist, and it does. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone here. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. I think it's one of the wonderful sessions where we came to know where the gap is, and we are really looking forward how to fill the gap. So question and answer session, the floor is open. If you have any questions, please.
Morning, Simon.
Good morning.
We heard earlier presentations. Your talk is very interesting, and I really like to develop that. And I was thinking of how you were bringing the portal into this knowledge mobilization. The target audience. When we identified, we've heard earlier speakers who, particularly when the Deputy Minister spoke yesterday, talking about the mayors and where is their place in this knowledge mobilization. We spoke about the emergency managers. My sense is they're too low. So where do you feel is the opening or identifying what the planning that already is there can, the role of mayors can play?
So thank you for the question. Before I answer that, I need to just really emphasize I'm speaking for myself and CGEM and not for my current employer, which is a municipality. So I want to be very clear about that. I think the move that Emergency Management Ontario made to position themselves in the Treasury Board is very appropriate and very strategic, because that puts them with where the power is actually drawn. And I've often said, sitting in the Emergency Operations Center, I can write whatever I want on the incident action plan as an operations chief or a planning chief. It doesn't really mean anything if I don't have expenditure authority. If I don't have the ability to spend money, that's how governments actually work. They work on agendas, and they work on council, and they work on money, and resource commitments. Hence the focus on logistics. So I would say that wherever emergency management organizations can get closest to the authority to spend money, is how they can actually affect change. And that would depend on the structure of the municipality or the county that they reside in, as well as the powers and the practices that are in those places. I think in COVID-19, generally speaking, around the world, we saw a lot of, it's not controversial, we saw political interference globally and politicization of emergency response. And so the further we can stay away from politicians, the better, so that we remain an objective, professionalized public service element. Oh. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Very thought-provoking. I have a follow-up question regarding the gaps. Do you think there's a secondary or tertiary gap in the definition of what an emergency manager is? I think from an academic perspective, we can define it. From a practitioner's perspective, we have legislated community emergency management coordinators and ministry emergency management coordinators who are functionally in that role, but not necessarily by title, which then maybe creates a bit of a gap. So maybe there's a bit of an identification gap in what training and what credentials go with that. Do you think that gap exists, and do you think that gap then feeds into the gap that you've identified between concepts and operationalizing those?
Absolutely, it does. That's a fantastic question. Thank you. So that's where the concepts come in. I know that IAEM Canada and IAEM International are very interested in defining the professional emergency manager for that reason, because you can sit down with folks from across the field, and God bless them, they're all working really hard and dedicated to who they serve, but they describe themselves as hospital emergency managers or critical infrastructure emergency managers or government emergency managers. Those shouldn't be different things. You might work on different things every day, but there should be one professional identity. And so yes, there's definitely a gap there, and definitely one that there is attention on resolving, but the lack of leadership at a federal level has created an inability for us to decide what that is. Again, pulling on American doctrine, the FEMA definition of emergency management is managing resources and responsibilities in all phases of an emergency, right? But that doesn't capture all of the things that an emergency manager does necessarily. Same thing with the titles and the way that we treat them as emergency management coordinators in a ministry, for example. They do a lot more than coordinating. And so we have asked folks to step into these roles and take leadership roles across government and across communities, and then ask them to make decisions that is illegal for them to make because they're coordinators who don't have, spending authority, right? That type of thing. So myriad problems tied into what you've described, but yes, thank you.
Simon, thank you very much for really great structured presentation. So I have a question regarding the planning, because it's like very important thing, of course. As far as I understand, the major problem is budget. So I just wanted to ask you, how do you see for municipalities, for example? So, okay, emergency manager did a really great planning process, and then what? If there is no budget, for example, should emergency manager, for example, to propose to get a budget proposal, and if yes, then to whom this budget proposal should go and how these resources should be? So how do you see this process, not only to make planning, but to get things done? And it is because of budget, of course.
So I'm not going to answer that from a municipal perspective, but I will say more generally speaking that this is an example of why disaster and emergency management and disaster risk reduction need to be mainstreamed. They need to not be niche problems that we consider a small office of our government does, and then we don't think about it until it's go time and we activate the EOC. And then even then their job is to make the coffee, and then, the real decision makers will come in, which is how historically this field has been treated. This is where we need to mainstream the principles of DRR ahead of time, and I think practice consultative skills and advisory skills with those who do that work in our organization. So if, for example, someone in your organization or an office in your organization works with vulnerable people, principles of DRR should be infused in that. Or if they're responsible for planning use of land, principles of DRR should be infused in that. So there's very much a need for knowledge mobilization, for education, public education, but also internal education and communication as well, which makes that kind of budget process easier when folks know what you actually do, as opposed to thinking that there's someone, again, break the glass and pick up the red phone and call you. Well, nobody wants to spend money on that. But if you say, actually, here's all the scholarship from some of the eminent risk scholars in Canada that says that this is going to cost you a lot less if you pay for it now, and yes, your business touches DRR and DEM every day, that makes those conversations easier. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. So going back to the question about mayors, I actually kicked the mayor out of my EOC.
Good.
I said, all I need from you is a signature when I have a declaration of emergency, because that's the only thing that the legislation says you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is mine. Get out of it.
Good.
So, and I strongly recommend that to everybody who's in a municipal, if they can, try to do it. The other thing is going back to some of the comments here, is that we've unfortunately niched emergency managers into a small box, and often it's related to fire. It's the fire department. I report it to the fire chief. So I try to get that changed, but it never worked. However, I made sure that I embedded myself in every other department within the city. I sat down regularly with recreation to understand what they would do, understand what resources they had, and to get them to understand their role when emergency when an emergency occurred. I did that with public works. I did that with every different groups within the city organization to make sure that they were part of it. It's not emergency management is there. They do the little thing. We don't. Nobody knows it. I made everybody, and I think that's the key is, and that's what is not being taught in our universities and college, is that it's not, I'm doing emergency management, I'm going to do my little thing, I have my little cubicle, my corner office, and I'm going to do my planning, and that's it. It's actually, I need to work with absolutely everybody in my organization, whether it's municipal, provincial, federal, or private sector, or NGOs. We need to be connected. I think that's the key, and that mentality needs to change, and it needs to come, within that education. It needs to be built in. I haven't seen that, and you're right. ICS, it's very good, but it's very limited. It only works in the response. It has absolutely nothing to do in the planning, the process, and the rest of the sectors, the cycle. So I think there's a need to do some work on that side as well. And going back to your service level agreement aspect, that's very nice. Everything is there when you turn the switch, the emergency is on, and I have to go. The problem, particularly with NGO, that goes back to what I was saying yesterday, is that it's very nice to say I have access to that. The problem is when the call comes in, I have to deploy now, right away, with all the equipment, with all the personnel, with all the things. And there's no money coming beforehand for me to be equipped before the situation happens. And that's my complaint, is that NGOs are left to themselves until suddenly, oh, now we need you. And we have money for that disaster, but before that, no, sorry, we can't. There's no money. So anyway, that's my beef. I don't know if you have any comments to add to that.
Yeah, and so you've touched on, again, the heart of the issue, which is technical skills and skill fade in our industry. The fact that many emergency, I'm confident saying many emergency management organizations treat the logistics section as a place where They put folks who they don't want to break things on the operations side, put them in when really that's where the work is getting done. I mean, it can go on a whole tirade about how unless you're in the CAF, unless you're in an NGO, unless you're a first responder, you don't actually do emergency operations. You do disaster logistics. We don't manage emergencies. We manage the response, the organization's response to the emergency and its preparedness, and et cetera, et cetera. So those technical skills of knowing how to procure and have your service level agreement have teeth so that that organization is on the hook and liable to provide you those resources. It's not good enough to sign a one-page piece of paper and say, yeah, we'll send you some volunteers, no problem. Or vice versa. Yeah, for sure. We'll give you an undisclosed amount of cash or whatever the loose terms that might be agreed upon are. It needs to be specific. It needs to be a procurement official needs to see it. It needs to be lawyered, and high levels of that organization need to sign off on it. So that's an example of the type of technical skill, procurement, supply chain management, project management, all that stuff that we need to infuse into emergency management. So totally agree.
Thank you so much, Simon. That was a very insightful presentation. I got one high-level comment and then a question. On the comment side, I think this is a theme you were sort of touching on here and there, but it's one that really hits home for me. Over the last few years, specifically during COVID, emergency management at a provincial level at least, had the opportunity to really become close to political power. So that proximity to political power was sort of enhanced without becoming politicized. And we sort of managed that balance. I think that's a positive development because our ability to get the funding and get the cloud, make the decisions absolutely depends on that proximity to decision making. It can be done through a treasury board like in Ontario. There's other models in place. But I think I would, from a provincial perspective, and maybe this is relevant to the municipal level too, I think a challenge for the future is really maintaining that proximity to political power without becoming politicized. I think a lot of what you're saying will allow us to do that. The specific question I have is, and not to put you on the spot if you haven't spent a lot of time thinking about this, but do you have any high-level thoughts on what a governance structure to a national or a pan-Canadian center of excellence could look like? You certainly, it seems like one of the key goals would be to incorporate all this sort of latent capacity that exists in society and in the private sector. But you're going to need government buy-in, I think, to get funding, clout, et cetera. So I don't know if you have any high-level thoughts on what that could look like, because you have folks in the room who could take this back to certain tables and say, here's an idea.
Thank you for the question. I agree with your comment as well. It looks like Public Safety Canada meeting the legislative requirements of the Emergency Management Act, which are already set out, and stepping up to their role, which is already legislated, and then funding it properly. So expanding funding, perhaps stepping away from looking at response or surging into the Government Operations Center, and instead thinking of their role as showing national leadership, which has not happened. That's what I say as an outsider, and speaking again, for myself, from my own perspective. I think in terms of actually accessing the subject matter expertise to develop curriculums, to develop what the concepts are, this is where these types of activities need to take place in very specific conversations about what kind of problems are we facing and what do we need to solve. We don't need to talk about coordination anymore. Everyone knows we need to coordinate across all levels of society. Conversation's done. We need to have these specific conversations as we have today about this is how an RFA works. This is how you access the military and what they do or don't do. This is how NATO works at a global level for humanitarian disasters, et cetera, and bring those people to the table and say, this is what we need to be educating on. This is what Joe and Sally, the EMer, need to know in their level of government, and develop curriculum based on that. My high level thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Simon, and thank you, Dr. John, for your wonderful comments and questions. So, on our behalf, thank you so much for your very insightful Q&A session. So we'll move to the next session. And this particular session is very interesting because Melissa Jennings, our Chief Operating Officer from the Canadian Defence and Security Network, which is headquartered in Ottawa, is going to lead. And I think we are expecting another fellow panelist, Paul Hansali, here. And he might join us virtually.
He's joining virtually.
Yes, correct. And we will wait for him. And we'll set it up. Melissa, floor is yours, ma'am. And your presentation will be set up by Salman. Thank you. Hey, Paul, good morning. Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So Paul is already ready, and
I'm going to please put on hold.
in the meantime, please feel free to have coffee and snacks to recharge your brains, because we need your brains today more than anything.
Yep, that's good.
Who else is on this panel? Who else is on this panel besides Paul? Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. So the thing is that.
Okay.
So that's
Can you
you
just
have to.
scroll down a bit?
So you have to scroll from here actually.
Okay.
Like that's the screen.
Yeah.
So if you want to scroll down.
Yep.
Like.
Thank you. Yeah, that's. Yep. Just.
That's gonna
Thank
be-
you.
This screen is one screen like.
Yep. That's okay. I know how it works. Okay.
Thank you. So it's a privilege to welcome Melissa Jennings from CDSN. Melissa has a background in data collection in non-permissive environments, and this work has included international NGOs, local community-based organizations, government, universities, and private sectors, clients in Canada, USA, Kenya, UK, and Germany, Netherlands, Bangladesh, India, Sudan, Ethiopia, South Sudan, South Africa, and Uganda. She holds an MA in War Studies from the Royal Military College, as well as a BA double major in Political Science and International Development Studies from Dalhousie University. She is currently completing a graduate certificate in Emergency Preparedness, Homeland Security, and Cybersecurity in Sunny Albany, where she is focused on the ethics of data collection in East Africa. Welcome, Melissa, to today's session. Thank you.
Hi. So I am usually in the back-facing position of the CDSN, the Canadian Defence and Security Network. So this is exciting today to be speaking to people, and you're all very friendly, so that's nice. But yeah, as a data collector, I'm really quite an introvert. So, so I'm just going to give you. I'm actually moderating the panel with Paul Hassanali, who's already on the screen there. So I'm just going to give you a little overview of the Canadian Defence and Security Network. So we were created in May 2019 as a sort of think tank through a SHIRK partnership grant. So we're one of about three, and it's a multi-million-dollar 7-year grant that included original research nodes led by co-directors. So we have operations, security, personnel, procurement, and civil military operations, civil military research. So, and in January 2022, we applied for we won another MINDS grant. So this is the Mobilizing Insight in Defense and Security through Department of National Defense. And that allowed, so that we were one of 13 recipients that year. So the MINDS program is very vast, and we try to work with a lot of the other recipients to kind of bring everybody who's studying and practicing security and defense issues in Canada or as Canadians abroad. So with this MINDS grant, we expanded to include global health and a NATO Center of Excellence on Climate, which is actually running next week in Montreal, supply chain management, and then this NO2, domestic operations for natural emergency response. So it's very exciting. We're one of the widest, sort of deepest security and defense think tanks in Canada so far. We have 19 co-directors who are very interdisciplinary. So we have the usual suspects of political scientists and international relations experts. We also have sociologists, psychologists, people who work in health, people who work in planning, tons of different people. We have 40 partners, military, policy, academics, both in Canada and abroad. So lots of US, European, and some newer Asian partners as we look towards the Pacific region, right? And we also have 100 plus subject matter experts or collaborators. So they're not the co-directors, they're above and beyond, but these networking events always bring people in. So we want to be able to have a place where anybody who has these sort of big questions, is anybody else doing this? Or is anybody doing this thing that I'm specifically interested in now? And we can probably say yes, and point you in that direction. We have 3 headquartered events every year. So the next one is the capstone event, where our partners and co-directors nominate the best presenters from around the network. And that's happening in Calgary next week. And then we have our Summer Institute, which is a week-long event to bring military, policy, and academia, sort of people in the middle who are on their way up to learn about each other and make connections through networking. So that's coming up in August, and I encourage you to apply. It is a fantastic opportunity to meet people in that federal space, because I think one of the themes of this event has been that partnerships and networking do really matter, and having somebody as a business card ahead of time vis-a-vis the Summer Institute is super helpful. We also have 2 undergraduate scholarships that we give out every year, a postdoc, a book workshop, and a podcast network, which includes 3 podcasts, and we're expanding. So I'm always interested to hear about these other security and defense broad, like security and defense stuff that's going on. So yeah, so beyond the international, we're also trying to bridge this regionalism gap, which I heard come up a lot, because there is no such thing as a Canadian culture. There are regional cultures. So I grew up in Alberta, rural Alberta. I went to school in Halifax, and now I live in Ottawa. They're all very different cultures. So whenever we talk about Canadian responses, I always think that's incredibly interesting. So yes, that's a little bit about the CDSN, and come and approach me if you have any questions or curious about anything, and I will hand it over to Paul Casanelli.
So our panelist here is Paul Casanelli, and he's a program specialist in emergency management, Niagara region. So I'll just request Paul to kindly start his presentation, and if you have any slide. Can you hear us, Paul?
Yep, I can hear you. So I actually haven't prepared any slides. I can maybe introduce myself a little bit. So right now I kind of work in between both sides of who this conference is focusing on. So in my civilian day job, I work for Patricia, who's in the room there, and at Niagara Region as an emergency management specialist. So that's municipal emergency management. And then as a reservist in the Army, I work with 32 Brigade Headquarters in the Civil Military Coordination branch. So one of my responsibilities there is developing and delivering the training for the regional liaison officers who work for Tom, who is also in the room there, when they're activated. And they're basically the link person that we send from the Canadian Armed Forces to link up with people like me when emergency operation centers are on, and in the preparedness phase as well, to build the relationships. So I'm kind of on both sides of the stakeholder map, if you will, for Canadian Armed Forces support to domestic operations or emergency management operations. So as a panelist, that's I'm here to be able to answer kind of questions about the interface between those two.
Sorry, so how did you want to proceed with this panel? So, okay, great. So we're going to open it up to the floor for the discussion then. So I'll moderate the discussion. Yes, great. Simon has a question.
Morning, Paul. There you are in the small screen. Could we take advantage of the Niagara example, Niagara region that's here, where we have multiple individuals able to add on to the question that Simon has suggested, and that's the involvement of the private sector. Where is the private sector? And could we start with Niagara as sort of a test case of what happens in Niagara? So we go local, we go with people in the room who can comment on it, and the missing gap of where's the private sector.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in terms of actual capabilities and the responsibilities for a lot of the preparedness and upstream work, those partnerships with the private sector are critical. For like community resilience, to reduce the demand for these requests for assistance that we're focused on, and also in terms of the capacity to respond. So I guess like on the supply and the demand side of both types of capacity that Simon was talking about. So in Niagara, we've been engaging in kind of a local stakeholder group, and it spans more of the critical infrastructures in Niagara, which are a mix of private institutions and public institutions. So some examples of good private sector integrations that we're leading forward on are helping with preparedness for the major educational institutions in Niagara region, so Niagara College and Brock University. And the example that we're using of our current main planning effort, which Patricia is kind of the main lead for, is we're getting ready for the 2024 solar eclipse, which you spoke about yesterday. So in our stakeholder mapping, you got a little glimpse of that in her presentation, but you can see that there are quite a few government agencies that have specific lanes of responsibility that we're trying to coordinate our preparedness efforts with. And I'm leading the development of a full-scale exercise for October later in this year, where we try to all exercise at the same time with the goal of like higher interoperability and making our pre-event planning more realistic. But to go with that, there's like a large private sector component as well. So one big example that comes to mind for this particular example is personal protective equipment as like solar viewing glasses. If anyone looks at this thing, they're probably going to end up squinting for the rest of their life if they don't use glasses. So there's that type of thing from like the harm reduction kind of perspective, but then also in terms of capacity building, we also have a technical private sector or like semi-private sector resource, which is the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and they've been able to kind of help understanding the event that's going to happen and what the impact might be. Patricia is also there, so I'll add.
Thank you so much for this snapshot. I've got a comment, and I think there's a question in there. So I'm struck by the absence of provincial emergency management organizations, both as research consuming partners and research generating partners. Of course, Manitoba EMO is here today, and Ontario EMO was here yesterday, so we're being incorporated through the domestic operations to research theme more and more. I think that's more on us. I don't think that's on you guys. But you know, as we've discussed in this country, the federal emergency management capacity, at least operation, is fairly minor. It's very decentralized. The EMOs really sit at a provincial level. Municipal emergency capacity is ebbs and flows. It was saw this was very robust. But every single PT has an EMO. I would say the bulk of emergency managers in this country that are full-time paid, that have to implement legislation, sits at a provincial and territorial level. And we're very absent from this, which I think is a problem. I think there's lots of opportunities. There's probably so much of this work that we could utilize and vice versa. So it's, again, I don't know, the question is how to go, what are the next steps? It's good to be here. But I'm speaking for, I don't want to speak for, but maybe I will. The PTEMOs should see themselves here, I guess.
I agree, and I think this is the first kind of round, right, where we are expanding, because it is, I'll be candid here, it is rather difficult to get IR scholars to look inwards. So this, like we're in the 4th year now, and it took at least 4 years to get here, to get to domestic stuff, domestic security, and because before we were just, it was, you know, a bunch of professors, so it's the theory of security and defense, and then we got into the practical application. It's at an international level, and here we are now internally, and that's mostly because of COVID. If COVID didn't happen, I don't think we would be here. We probably wouldn't have applied for the grant, to be honest. And especially because a complex emergency hit Ottawa. So for me, because I spent most of my career outside of Canada, I wasn't aware of how emergency response worked in Canada. So I don't think I'm alone in this, because we all have a perception that Canadians are doing good things abroad, and they are, but there's also a lot more Canadians involved in private industry than in government working abroad, right? So that is definitely a missing piece here. One of the first places I worked was in Ethiopia during a complex emergency, and because they'd already handed over resources to international NGOs, there isn't that capacity to respond. So whenever I hear people saying, let's give more power to NGOs and private companies who are not democratically elected, it's always a red flag for me, because there's many countries, not just who are struggling. I went from Botswana, which is a middle-income country, it's getting kicked off aid very shortly, to Bangladesh, which is also a middle-income country, which is being kicked off international aid right now. So I think there are a lot of lessons learned about responding to complex emergencies that Canadians should look at or bring back from their international experiences.
Thanks so much to both of you for being here. Is there any work being done or any thought of doing research on the impacts of climate climate disaster, and especially defense and security problems related to it, and how that stresses Canadian structures. Like I'm thinking about climate migration and increased migration trends into Canada, and how it could stress existing systems as a risk reduction problem in emergency management.
That sounds like a great PhD thesis.
Maybe someone else did do that.
Not that I've heard of. So, but there are new things that I'm hearing about all the time. So that's why I love going to these research note conferences. So I learn a ton. And I think there's space, and MINDS grants are ongoing. So every year there's a call for grants. So there's a few ideas here that I've seen that are absolutely, grant worthy. Like developing databases is something that D&D is really keen on outsourcing through these grants, right? So this is something that we do. It's knowledge mobilization, like 90% of my job. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I also think that in terms of climate change specifically, it's one of those interfaces that emergency management has with other topics that over the years I've learned are secretly also emergency management. So one example of that is like public health is very much emergency management. It's just like on a regular management basis, so it's not really an emergency for them. Climate change, if you look at any of the planning and adaptation strategies and studies that are happening with that, is kind of the same story, where if you actually start digging into what the climate change people are doing, it's actually emergency management. But it's like their regular work, so it's not really an emergency for them. So I think there's a lot of these other interfaces for like hazard specific streams or like very specific topical lines of effort that are also emergency management, that are important for us as the professionals or like the overtly branded emergency managers to be aware of and to get involved with. But the actual like full-time subject matter experts and people that are working in those fields are like kind of unwittingly doing emergency management because it's like regular management for them.
Okay, I just want to throw in the mix a couple of things. One is prevention. So prevention we don't talk enough about. We start with saying prevention and preparedness and all that. We end up always at response. So and the planning and everything is about response. It's not about prevention so much. Crisis communication. 94% of Canadians actually that were surveyed didn't know that they lived in a floodplain. So how is that even happening? So there is this gap about education, risk communication, access to information, and people to be aware that they need to find out where they're going to buy and live. It's not prone to any hazards. So also the example of Lake Sumas Prairie, the lake was drained 100 years ago. And we are talking about the response, how bad the response was and how much. But then now is also a good time to talk about not to build that area again. People forget, they have short memories, and generations 4, 5, 6 years later they forget, and then the prevention is again takes the back seat. And I think it should be front and center.
How do we make it front and center?
I just want to make a comment and share some thoughts on CDSN and MINDS in respect to narratives of military and civil relationships. Reflecting on this field of disaster emergency management back in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, when we first started talking about vulnerability, people had no clue. I talk about like in England and in the USA and different platforms, we introduced the concept. I say we means that many of my colleagues, some of them retired and so on. And the narrative gradually was clarified in academia and then the policymakers and others and so on. And we made a huge journey. and then resilience and new concept narratives. So in terms of CDSN and MINDS project, I think there is a milestone that is being laid down with regard to these military and civil relationships. But these are project-based funding. So I think one of the things that Stephen and Melissa they are doing is that they're doing two major things. One is they're producing knowledge products. Simultaneously, they are facilitating networking and the relationships between people and institutions. So one of the things that we should think of in terms of these two projects funded by, Tri-Council, one of the Tri-Councils and the defense, how to make it happen so the relationships continue and crystallizes and quote unquote, get a mainstreaming. Because that's the critical thing that, because we are talking about the core of this military and civil relationships. And we didn't hear about it. That's a new phenomenon, and like 4 years ago and so on. So to me, it's very exciting that in NATO presentation also, to me, take home element is that slide that talk about they are also thinking the same way that military and civil relationships. So NGOs, CBOs, and others, because civil just not one thing. It's very diverse. We are talking about private sector and so on. So how to bring these players and then build these relationships. So I think we need to have a vision beyond this project, lay the ground for it, crystallize the foundation, and take it to the next step. I think that's the way I think we should think of a vision and these continuing relationships. Thank you.
So we'll take the last question, please. Thank you.
So in Niagara region, we've actually started to work on climate change within our emergency management program. Now, we do actually have people working on the climate change portfolio within the region, and they're focused on typical climate change. However, we, like many other parts of the world, are seeing an increase in the frequency and magnitude of climate hazards. So emergency management is involved. And the blizzard we had that I've talked to many of you about wasn't just a blizzard, it was a multi-hazard event. So Paul, because of his connections with armed forces, actually was able to bring us an opportunity to have a partnership that actually mirrors exactly what we're talking about. So I'll turn it over to you, Paul, to explain what actually happened, because it was such a huge benefit to our municipalities.
Paul, could you hear the questions from Patricia?
Sorry, I didn't get the question part. I heard we were working on climate change and that we had a hazard storm.
So just hang on.
Hi, Paul. It's about the CI project that the armed forces did for our 3 impacted municipalities following the blizzard.
Oh yeah. Okay. So that was so because I work both for Patricia and as a reservist in the civil military coordination function within the division or so the brigade headquarters, I was able to actually arrange and pre-plan a training exercise where we brought soldiers that are training and learning civil military coordination to come and do reconnaissance assessments of the 3 municipalities that were most affected by the Christmas multi-hazard storm event that we had. So it was Fort Erie, Port Colborne, and Wainfleet. And they were able to come and actually practice their research and assessment and analysis skills on basically assessing the vulnerability of those municipalities as they're along the shoreline of Lake Erie there, and they were the most impacted from that storm, and produce kind of an analytical product, which we call a municipal data worksheet, which is kind of a shortcut that summarizes the infrastructure and the social structures and the capacity of the emergency services, and it gives a bit of a snapshot of those municipalities And so that's useful for both the municipality themselves, and then anyone that needs to come and integrate with them in a response or a plan to do that. And then mostly for Tom's team and the people that might be assessing what the capability gaps are when an RFA comes through. So this is kind of like our recipe card. It's a very short summary of what that municipality has and how they're set up, and what their key infrastructures are, and demographics about their population, and just to kind of give a planner a good idea of if something happens, what are the things and people and places that could be impacted, on like a really easy to reference sheet. So this was a little bit of a pilot project because it was kind of a first learning of how to apply those skills for a municipal reconnaissance assessment for the group of people that we were using to do it. So like they were new to that function. And so it was a mutual learning where we were able to partner with Niagara Region municipalities. And so my team could learn from the military side how to do that function. And then the municipalities could also benefit from getting this nice little assessment product that summarizes their municipality. And then we were able to reinforce the relationship between the three municipalities there and Major James Walker, who's the regional liaison officer for Niagara Region.
Thank you very much. So, Melissa, I'll get back to you. So this is the end of our this panel, and thank you very much on behalf of our team to be here to hear from you. And CDSN, of course, is the largest think tank, to the best of my knowledge, in our country, which conducts research on security. Thank you so much once again, Melissa. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our next session, which is a joint presentation by Creek and an AI firm based in France. And it's interesting to note that Melissa had been to Bangladesh at some point in time. So the AI team is actually in Bangladesh now. They're joining from Dhaka, Bangladesh, the capital. And I'm going to invite them to the stream and just give us a couple of minutes to set up, and I'll introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Najwa Rostand. My name is Najwa Rostand, and today I'm with my colleague, Zubair Hossain.
Yeah, Najwa, just
for business reasons, we are in Dhaka today, but we usually are based in Paris, which is the location of our company, Maza Group. I would like to share my screen, if I can, to present some.
Hi, Najwa. Just give us a couple of minutes. Yeah, so we are going to introduce you formally, and then we'll invite you for the presentation. Just give us a couple of minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
Hi, Najwa. We can hear you. Our plan is to invite you a little later. And
okay, sorry.
When we set up, no worries. When we set up the PowerPoint, just give us a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
প্রেজেন্টেশনটা তো ছিল এখানে, এটাই তো
Okay, so we are in the I think, the final panel of presentation here today, and this is about emergency management and artificial intelligence. And before I go and take over my part of presentation, let me introduce our partner, Artificial Intelligence Group from France, and their group is called MASA, Masa Group. And today we have with us from the AI firm, Najwa Rostand, and she's an international sales manager with the group. She's based in France and has worked for several companies in various fields. After a long experience with Dassault Group as area sales manager, she joined the Thomson Multimedia Group to take care of the business development of the group in Asia. She then set up her own business development consulting company, and since 2012, she has joined Masa Group, a French company based in Paris. Masa Group's expertise is in behavioral AI, human behavior and doctrine. The simulation developed by Masa Group is used by 30 countries, both by military and civilians, for preparedness, training, procurement, and analysis. And with her, we also have Mohammed Zubair Hussain, and he's an experienced computer simulation assistant, and he assisted training professional with strong leadership, communication, and organizational skills gained through 18 years of military service in diverse areas of military, including United Nations and large-scale IT projects. He's a passionate leader, effective manager, and quick learner with a master's degree focused in military science and operational studies from Defense Service Command and Staff College, Dhaka, Bangladesh. He joined Masa Group in December 2018, and he has designed and assisted in numerous SCACs, including disaster preparedness worldwide for the last 10 years. So welcome, Mr. Zubair and Najwa, to this session, and just allow me to spend a couple of minutes initially to explain what we are aiming today, and then I'll invite you to this session. Thank you. Sorry, switching stations, beg apology. Today, we just wanted to talk to you about the potentials of artificial intelligence. Go there. And in the intro, I just wanted to share that we were very happy to discuss some of the potentials with our Assistant Deputy Minister from Manitoba, Dr. John Obota, a couple of weeks ago. And this is based on similar reflections, because we think emergency management, the process itself can be facilitated by the tools of artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, I do keep track of development in the technology, and over the past 6-7 months, what I'm seeing is avalanches of AI things coming out in text, in graphics, in videos, and so on and so forth. And what is important for me and very aspiring is that this whole idea of integrating AI in decision-making process, this particular term is most often used in the military, but it's same what we are talking about for the last 1.5 days, that how do you decide when to decide and who to go and what kind of responsibilities to be carried over. So this is how AI is so important, as I feel that it can assist and facilitate in a lot of our activities that we typically do. One of the fascinating part of AI tool that I have witnessed is its real-time information. And there are many ways to explain these things, and I'm sure you are oriented with this kind of ideas before. But what AI is doing and is promised to do is to give us a wholesome picture, a 10,000 level view, and also a 10-foot level view. So this switching between these two micro and macro level view is so it's interesting and so simultaneous. The decision makers would be in a good position to understand what and when to take certain decisions with regards to resource management and so on and so forth. And prediction is one of the important aspects that I strongly believe AI is going to bring revolutionary changes. We have now softwares, as Dr. John Obota rightly mentioned in his office. They use Web EOC, and I think second version, if I'm not wrong, sir, I mean second or third version of it.
So I am a little familiar with this particular software because at some point in time we used it. So this is fantastic in terms of understanding resources and mobilization of it. But what AI is going to promise over the web EOC is even more fascinating because it can expedite the thinking process. It can include various movements of resources and persons and logistics in real time. And this is what we are going to look forward to hear from our experts this morning. Sorry. Next part is recovery and response. In these two segments, I think AI has a lot of potentials because it can response and recovery wise, it can predict the amount of resources needed and putting these resources in place. And this is how AI going to bring a lot of changes. And I already spoke a little bit about web EOC and AI, so I'm not going to details. But our AI partner, they are expert in this field, and today they are going to touch upon about the development of EOC through artificial intelligence. And here comes the challenges and considerations. Ethical challenges is one of the most important part in terms of data collection in AI. And one of the important aspects is that how do you really integrate in our current system? Because we are habituated with certain systems, and always when we introduce new things, there are resistances, and this is totally understandable. But what AI is going to promise today, and you'll see some of the interfaces from our partner now in the next couple of minutes, they will show you, and as they say, that it is being used in many countries now, many institutions. So there are initial challenges in terms of using it, but when it is incorporated, that is going to bring a cultural change the way we operate in terms of responses. And now I'll invite our RA, Sadman Saqib, to briefly talk about the exercise that is being carried out in Bangladesh almost in a yearly basis. It's called Disaster Response Exercise and Exchange. And this is a classic example where our partner Masa Group is involved at this point in time, and they're helping Bangladesh armed forces and various civil sectors and also international actors to work collaboratively in terms of disaster response. Sadman.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for giving me the floor. I'm Sadman Saqib, first year student in University of Manitoba in Natural Resource Institute. I'm doing my master's here. I would like to first thank Dr. Imdad Haq, who is the supervisor as well, and Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Nirupama for giving me this opportunity. So let's start. So disaster response exercise and exchange, short DRE, is an AI-driven exercise which is done every year in Bangladesh, and I was lucky enough, fortunate enough to be a part of it in 2019. So this exercise is a collaboration between the government and the armed forces as well as US Pacific armed forces. It's an overseas group. So armed forces from 20 countries, which includes Iran, Turkey, China, Pakistan, India, USA, UK, and Australia as well. There are different government and non-government organizations which also takes parts, like Red Cross, UN, UNDPs, and there are also local NGOs, international NGOs which take part. Local voluntary group, as Dr. Haq mentioned about CPP, Cyclone Preparedness Program. Those volunteers also participate in this exercise as well. And different universities like academicians and students, they also participate. I participate there as a student. And so how it works on? So it works on basically in two parts. There is one part which is based on the human part, and another part is based on AI. So what is the human role in this exercise? The human space scenario. Like in 2019, we had a scenario of an earthquake. If an earthquake happens in this X area, what would happen? So the scenario is created with some data, the inputs are given, and what the AI does is the AI uses those existing data, simulates the real world, gives what might happen. And from there, we who are participating, we are divided into various groups. We make plans. Like I was in the dead body cell management, so we had to make a plan how to manage the dead bodies, how it cannot be a problem for the public health and other issues. So there were different various teams which were continuously working. And then we had an exercise, and then we shared the ideas. We presented the ideas. That thing was put inside the AI, and that plan went through the simulation. When that plan went through the simulation, it gave us an overview that if you do this plan or if you follow this plan, this might happen. And then from there, we had a small scale exercise at a certain point, and then we had a small scale exercise that how it could look upon, like one building, if an earthquake comes in a particular building, how fire department, military, then there are other organizations, NGOs or local volunteers would respond. So this is how it went on. And moving on to the next part, in the day one, what we do is we share our ideas. Like there are many militaries, NGOs, many countries are there, almost 20 plus countries actually participate every year. And they talk about their plans. And sorry, it happens in day one. In day two, what we call the tabletop exercise, where the scenario is created in the AI, we are going to sit and we are going to make the plans and we are going to put in the plan in the AI. And in day three, we are going to present those ideas, and also AI is going to say what is basically happening and others. And day four is the drill. So the AI, the input, the plan we put inside in day three is going, what is this output is going to be given by the AI. And from there, we would arrange a field drill we would arrange a drill, and in that drill, we would see that how good the plan is working. And in day four, there's going to be a discussion as well, like what we have learned, the outcomes by the teams. And the team which was able to make a very good plan gets an award from the team from AFD, Bangladesh government, and US Pacific military as well. So this was the part how this AI exercise is being continued. In 2020, it was not continued due to COVID, but at 2021, it's also being continued from then on. And every year, maybe from August, the registration opens in July, but it happens like in September, August, or in this period of time, it happens in Bangladesh, and everyone is open to register. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salman, for briefing us on RE. So now it's time to look to our partners, MASA Group, and we just recently signed up a memorandum of understanding with them, and we are going to deliver some of their products in the future in Canada. So without further ado, Najwa, the floor is yours, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can, Najwa, go ahead.
Okay, very good, very good. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. My name is Najwa Rostan, and I am here with Zubair Hossein, my colleague. For business reason, we are in Dhaka today, but we are usually based in Paris, which is the location of our company, MASA Group. So our company, MASA Group, has started a partnership with the CRRIC for Canadian market. And I would like we would like today to present how AI simulation can help in preparedness and disaster response. I would like, with your permission, to share my screen and show a presentation that we have prepared. Do you see it? You don't see see the diaporama mode. Very good. Okay, so as I said, we have started the partnership with the CRRC for the Canadian market. And I would like now to present very briefly the company. So Maza Group, who, as I said, we are based in Paris, in France, and we are experts in our expertise in artificial intelligence, especially for us, it means modeling human behavior and modeling doctrines, and this capacity to develop sophisticated behavior. We can use it to empower objects like drones, robots, but also simulation. We have developed 25 years ago in simulation, software simulation. Okay. I don't know if you can see my screen. I've been sharing my screen. Do you see it? Apparently, no. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. But does the screen, the panorama, the PPT show start or not? No. Apparently, no. Okay, let me see if I can share my screen in another way. So is it better this way? Okay. So yes, I was saying that this is a French company, and our expertise is artificial intelligence, especially in modeling human behavior and doctrines. And this capacity to develop this sophisticated behavior, we can use it to empower objects and to empower also software simulation. And 25 years ago, we have developed software simulation to train military command posts from battalion, brigade, and divisions levels. And this simulation is being used by more than 20 armies today. Over the years, we noticed that the mission of the soldier has changed, and we were requested to develop more and more mission other than war. And this has attracted the attention of civilian organization. And now we are also working with different civilian organization, large cities or large company. So the main focus in the beginning was the military part, and now we are also focusing on the emergency management for the civilian part. So today, when we are dealing about disaster preparedness and disaster response, the challenges are numerous. We have scenarios that are getting more and more complex. Now we are dealing with the terrorism, with the global warming issues, with the pollution. We can see also a need of more interagency coordination, army working with police, with firefighters, so a need for this type of interaction. And we have to face it in every country. We are facing budget reduction each time we are talking about the emergency management. So in this, within this context, how can we get ready? How can we be prepared? And we noticed also that when dealing with emergency management, we are mainly talking about responding to the disaster, to repairing after the disaster. And we believe that the focus should be, of course, in responding and repairing, but also in preparedness. And for us, preparedness is a focus on training and analysis. So if we want to discuss about the preparedness, what are the limits for the preparedness? What are the limits to a conventional training? So replicating a major disaster for an exercise is difficult. evacuating a large city or just to calculate the response time is difficult. Deploying a real environment for an exercise is very expensive. And also estimating the propagation of toxic cloud is very difficult. The effects on the unit, the effects on the population, the effects on the environment. It is also very difficult to represent the consequences of your own decision on the terrain, to predict what would be the effect on the units, on the population, on the environment, the effects on the resources. So we are facing various limits when we are talking about conventional preparedness. When we are talking about training without simulation, we are mainly saying that plans are there. If every large cities have their emergency plans, every large organization have their plans, but these plans remains, I would say, theoretical, because they do tend to ignore the operational conditions. And whereas when you train with simulation software, you will go from this human guess and hypothesis to benefit the power, the scientific power of the artificial intelligence. And that will enable you to add to your trainings the effects of the weather, for example, the effects of the wind, the effects of the type of terrain to calculate the speed of your units, the speed of evacuation of a population, or the speed of propagation of the toxic clouds. So by introducing the simulation in your exercise compared to a table exercise, you can add more actors, more events, more time. So all it is complexity that we're talking about. You can also control the time because you have the possibility to accelerate or to slow down the time in the simulation. You can monitor the resources anytime because you have access to the logistics data. You can also analyze relevant indicators that you have selected for your analysis. So I don't know how familiar you are with the simulation, but let's say that simulation is a word of choices. Depending on your objectives, you will have relevant simulation. And depending on who you want, you will have a dedicated simulation for. So we have the live simulation where the people are real and the environment is real, and they will be playing pictures exercise. You will have also the family of virtual simulation, that will be the word of the simulators, the truck simulator, the helicopter simulator, where we will simulate the environment, but the brain in charge of interacting with the simulated environment will be the brain of the person who is driving the simulated helicopter or simulated truck. And then you have the last family, and this is where we are, which is the constructive simulation. Constructive simulation, it is a virtual simulation in the sense that we simulate also the environment, but we simulate also the people. And since these people are generated by the computer, we can simulate many people. We can simulate battalion, we can simulate brigades, division, many people on the ground. And these simulated people, they have artificial brain that enable them to interact with you in the simulation, that enable them to be autonomous on the ground, to execute your orders, taking into account the operational conditions, like the weather, the type of terrain, etc., and taking also into account the doctrine. So this constructive simulation is aimed to help train command posts for army or crisis leaders, people that need to see the global picture, that need to see the whole situation, that need to see all the teams on the ground, and that cannot focus on one single firefighter or one policeman. So we are in this constructive simulation area. So our simulation is an interactive simulation. You will be giving an order to the different simulated brigades or different simulated units. They will execute your orders in the simulation, and the simulation will report to you because your orders have changed the initial situation, and now the simulated team, your team, the simulated team is waiting for new orders from your side. So the way it works, we start by the reality. We start by the map. Here it is the map of Paris, but it can be the map of any place. We will simulate this terrain. We need information on the elevation and information, vectorial information also, because we will use this data to calculate the speed of the units on this simulated terrain. You will not run the same speed if you are on the mountain or if you are on a flat terrain, for example. We will also simulate the units that you want to see on this simulated terrain. If you want to see the police, the firefighters, but also the army, we can simulate all these different units. And then the trainees will give high-level orders, operational orders at high level. These orders will be dispatched automatically by the simulation to subunits. The subunits will execute your orders in the simulated terrain, taking into account all conditions again, and they will report to you, and then you are interacting with the simulation. So this is an example of the type of interface that you will have with our simulation software, where you will see that we are simulating everything: the terrain, the unit, the population, the urban areas, the resources, like, I don't know, for example, network of electricity, network of transportation, the equipment, also simulate different types of disasters. So here you can see that we control the actors. You see on the left side of my screen, you have the list of the different actors of this exercise. So the red icon and the firefighters brigades, and you can see them on the map. So you control the actors. You control also the disasters, and here we have simulated a flood here in this part, and we have also simulated a toxic cloud in this part. We also control the time, as I was saying earlier. You can see that here in this clock it is 8:34, but you have here also another possibility to speed the time. You have a speed factor that enable you, for example, if you want to, your units to be reached, you don't want to wait for 1 or 2 days, then you can speed the time. And then that enables you to do a very large exercise in a short time. You can also control the events because you have in advance to prepare some disaster that you would like the crisis cell to face. You can also prepare some orders that you would like to see automatically executed by the simulation. You can also control the events on this line that you do, and where you can drag and drop easily in this line of time the different events that you have prepared before. So how is it working? This is the way it is. We can design an exercise using a simulation software. As you see, you have two separate rooms. One is for the crisis cell, here represented in red, and a separate room where you will have the animation cell, the simulation room. And if we focus on the crisis cell, you will see that they are not in front of the simulation. These are the leaders of a city, for example, Dhaka, where we are here. If Dhaka has to deal with an earthquake, for example, then all the leaders of the army, of the police, firefighters will be sitting in their emergency room, control room, whatever room you have. And they will be using their communication operational tools. If they have a C2, they will use their C2. If they have the social media India, etc. So they will be facing this situation and they will give their orders to their team, and their team will execute the orders, not in the reality, but in the simulation. So their teams are represented by these operators here. So, for example, the army leader will interact with this operator, gives this order to this operator, and this operator will execute the orders of his leader in the simulation. Simulation will provide a report that he will also forward to his leader, and so on. So these are two separated. You can see that the simulation is a tool to support the animation cell. It is aimed to help animation cell to provide more realism for the crisis cell. But the crisis cell is within its own environment, as if the disaster was real and not an exercise. So if we go for a closer look to this training exercise, we were talking about two cells, one crisis cell and one animation cell. And let's focus for the crisis cell on only one actor, not all of the actors, but let's discuss about the firefighter commander. So this firefighter commander, he will send orders to his brigades. Mainly, he is in the crisis cell. So he will provide his orders to his brigades, and here you'll see that the fire and rescue team leader will also prepare the orders for the companies and send them to the system operators. And the system operators, they will be executing these orders at different levels in the simulation. So this is how it works. And again, it is a tool dedicated to to support the animation cell. So that was for the training part. Fairness is also about analysis. And when talking about analysis, the simulation and the AI can also be very helpful. For example, if you want to prepare your emergency plan, or if you want to validate your emergency plan, you don't have to wait for the real disaster. You can play the different scenario in the simulation, and then decide whether you should modify your plan or validate your plan. Same thing for the equipment. If you plan to buy a new equipment, you can enter the data of this equipment into a scenario that you will play in the simulation, and then you will see how this new equipment will interact with your doctrine, with the rest of your equipment, with your type of terrain, and then you will decide whether it is interesting or not to use it. We'll get into the detail on how the simulation is working a bit later with Bio. You can also use the simulation for course of action analysis, because in front of one situation, whatever it is, for example, here, let's say that we have the fire that is getting close to the city. You have many options. You have, I don't know, plan A could be to evacuate the population from the north, plan B, evacuate by the south, plan C would be helicopter from which one is the best solution for you? You can play the three scenarios, the three course of action and accelerate mode. You can select some indicators that are relevant for you, the number of victims, the number of resources used, etc. And you will get data, you will get metrics, you will get graphs, and these results will help you take your decision. Because there is no, the simulation will not take decision for you. There is no better decision. The best course of action will be always depending on your objective and what you want to achieve. So what are the value added of this AI simulation? First of all, you will reduce your cost for preparation and execution of your exercises. You will have realistic visualization of the group, your units, of their capabilities, the time required to interact, the propagation, the effect of a disaster, the availability of the different resources. You will also have the possibility to use it as decision support that can help you take your decision. And of course, it will improve the coordination between all the actors, because it is true that training for the military is really part of their DNA, and they do train intensively. When we are talking with civilians, since they are police, firefighters, very operational, they tend to see that as a constraint, but there is a need of training to be better prepared for a major disaster. And there is a real need of improving coordination between the different actors. The simulation will allow you also to replay the exercise, because you have access to an after-action analysis that will enable you to learn lessons and to learn from the mistakes that you have done in the simulation. So basically, this is what I wanted to tell you today. I have a few examples of the type of exercises that we are doing with, for example, the city of Paris in France. In Paris, we are dealing with two major disasters, one being terrorism, and the flood. So every year we do exercise on the flood in the city of Paris, where they invite different types of organizations to deal with this type of disaster. We do also some exercises with a group of 50 municipalities close to the harbor, which is an international port where you have many chemical products entering the area, and whereby all these municipalities should train the leaders of the cities, but also the population. They are doing this type of exercises also using our software. And another exercises that we can also present to you in another session is a flood exercise with the city of Blumenau in Brazil, where the city have I think that it is 15 agencies to work and to improve their emergency plans. So now I will, yes, hand over to my colleague by Olsen to give you more details about how this AI simulation works.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure of being the last presenter. I'll try to keep it crisp. Let me share my presentation.
Your presentation is not showing up, so I think you need to
that part.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it is ready now.
Okay. So at first I will start with the tree that was taken as an example here. I was part of the design team. In RE, there were it is an example of using various types of tools for disaster preparedness training or exercise. First level was a seminar. Then there was the tabletop exercise. Then there was the constructive simulation level, which was played by Masasod in Army War Game Simulation Center, which was sponsored by them. And at the last level, the decisions which came, demonstration of part of those findings were applied on ground and those were tested there. I'll be focusing on using simulation and AI as a tool for disaster preparedness. Now, many of you have many backgrounds on simulation. Just to generalize, I think this simulation is a tool of representing dynamically the operating conditions of a real system, real environment. It can be used for training dynamically, modeling real environments, equipments, entities. It is unique in a sense that it emphasizes on operational training, primarily utilizing the electronic means like computer. Major advantages of simulation are it can be used to practice in realistic and safe environments. It is cheaper than the real exercise, and it reduces the need for live training. The disadvantages are mainly relating to sensitization. You need training of CACs and how to do the CACs planning. It requires a meticulous scenario development for making it an effective one. And it requires a very detailed knowledge of the tool that will be used by few people of the team. In simulation, the synthetic entities are used. They are artificially created active components. These simulated synthetic entities, they are very demanding in terms of modeling and in terms of designing them. The most common popular form of these synthetic entities are computer-generated forces, which are used in our simulation system. Now, how a simulated modeling works. There we take the area, the terrain where the exercise will be conducted. We create the database and the required missions for those entities that will be used. And they are combined in a form of exercise, and as per the exercise design and as per the play slots, they continue for deriving the intended training objectives. This is a small diagram of how it goes. We prepare the database on the left side, we prepare the model on the right side. Various scenarios are prepared and they are combined in the simulation. Through user interface, the users, they get their feedbacks and they give their feedbacks. From there, the objectives are achieved. The data we get from the simulation is unique in nature. In other, like in tabletop, we usually don't get any data from our feedback. We get the data which are available, but the user given input does not generate any data. But in simulation, there are two types of data usage can be drawn. One can be descriptive by analyzing data and revealing the patterns. Another can be inferential, which we can draw conclusion basing on patterns and the data represented from the simulation or extracted from the simulation. One of the example of exercise Viking here, you can see the demographics, economical, social, political, spatial. These were the few criteria where this graph represents the achievement at various levels and various time slots and place slots. With the same training audience in the same exercise, you see the overall achievement of the objective. From these graphs, in a simulated exercise, from these graphs, we can determine that how much was achieved by designing or conducting that exercise. As my colleague was telling before, this simulation is a complete off-the-shelf simulation. It is powered by AI. In our simulation, we are using our patented direct AI. We call it direct AI. This is our patented AI. It specializes in modeling human behavior. Our specialty is modeling the human behavior at various levels, commander and executioner, and it takes into account all the environmental entities or inputs possible, weather, condition, terrain, light, then it is a sunny or there is a rain or there is wind and all these types of things to generate the intended simulation environment. Now, this AI, what it does, it reduces overall, it reduces the operator requirement. it reduces the training time, it reduces the mistakes and takes away the human error. It will assist in increasing the realism, which which augments the achievement of the results for the players who become immersed in the scenario. And as the AI is present, the scenario can be very complex. At the same time, there can be flood, there can be a nuclear power plant meltdown, there can be a chemical factory meltdown. Everything can be combined because of the AI. Now, why this simulation will be required? First thing, it will be required for training all the stakeholders who are related to managing a disaster or a scenario. And analysis. We can run and rerun all the training scenarios and the happenings in the simulation to analyze what went wrong or what went right. We use this simulation for emergency plan validation, support for preparation of large-scale live exercises, and training for high-level decision makers. There is a requirement of some tools which will allow the high-level decision makers to practice their part in any disaster to happen. In this simulation, the unique part is the logistics. In many other simulations, you will not find the logistic part, which is very important in managing a disaster. The resources you have, optimum allocation of those resources ensure the optimum achievement of results. After practicing in the simulation, if you can save one additional life, that is an achievement that justifies years of hard work. Now, in our simulation, we employ the realistic physical model, physical properties of elements. So, in let's say spread of a cloud, a chemical cloud, there we have the viscosity index of the cloud, and it will be following in simulation. It will be following the actual fluid dynamics. So it comes as near as possible to actual happening. What it will add to you? It will improve the crisis cell skills. Subpoints are acknowledging roles and functions, defining the operational discipline in the crisis cell, improve the overall coordination, which improves the efficiency a lot, assess the risk awareness, support for decision-making system. You can identify the weaknesses of your contingency plans, which you have prepared before. It will help you improve the internal communication skill and improve communication with the media, which is an important aspect nowadays. Now, I will try to relate a tool that you use. Most of the places you are using web EOC. This web EOC can be augmented, or this web EOC can be more efficiently utilized when it is combined with the simulation system. It is AI-driven simulation system of MASA. Now, in a exercise, if we take a constructive simulation level exercise where the scenario is there, if we input, now you have web EOC. Now, if we input MASA simulation, how it will play out is that when the scenario is prepared following the CAGS doctrine, the scenario will be input in all the places of inside the simulation as timeline injects. For the actors and respondents as their inject list, these actors or respondents, after receiving their inject, they will be sending their input to the simulation, to the actors for the parallel coordination, and to web EOC for their input. Now, after getting this input for various places, these actors, again, after receiving the parallel communication, they will give their input in web EOC, like the missing personnel report or what are the lists you fill out. Then the simulation, it will give reports, inputs to the respondents after getting the analysis from the AI in the appropriate form where the respondents will get in forms of reports, and the scores they will get their desired stimulus from the simulation. And the decision makers will also have some stimulus from the simulation depicting the actually what is happening in the simulated environment. Then the decision makers will also get input from the web UC, which were updated by the actors or to actors will give their input to the parallel respondents and to the simulation. The most unique thing that will happen here, which will differ from the earlier mode of exercise, is that after getting the decision, the reactions or the actions happening basing on the decision makers can be seen by the decision makers. First hand, they get the response of their actions or their inputs from the simulated environment where the disaster has happened. So this will be the end of my part here. We'll be switching over to if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. The screen is frozen. Let's see if you can hear me. Okay, it looks like you can hear me. My name is Johanna Witz. I oversee a provincial emergency management organization in Canada, and I have two questions. The first one is, can this simulation, mass simulation of the product tool in the future, can it be acquired as a software or a service that will allow organizations to build their own exercises, incorporate their own local details and operational capacity, or is the way that it's set up is really needing you and your team to facilitate and to be a part of an exercise? That's question one. And if I may, question two, I really see the value for simulating consequences for decision makers through the simulation. That makes a lot of sense. That's something we struggle with when we put exercises together. But one thing that it makes a little less sense to me is the modeling of human behavior. Human behavior is infamously unpredictable. So how do you validate your modeling for accuracy? What assumptions goes into the human behavior that will give the users of the exercise some confidence that is in fact how human beings will behave in an event? In my experience, it's almost never possible to predict how human beings behave until the event occurs. So sorry for two long-winded questions. I hope that made sense.
Sorry, your third question? Yes, my microphone is okay. I'll go to the first question. The multi-organization use in the exercise. Massa simulation, it has the way you were explaining, it will not be available in that mode as software as a service. But we have a licensing system where users can connect from anywhere to the license server, and they can prepare their own exercise, own terrain, and everything. This simulation software is not like other softwares where the things are restricted, or you need the supplier or the designer or the producer of the software to come and enable you in doing that thing. In MassaSword, after getting trained on the interface, you are at your own and you can undo anything in the system. Creating a terrain is very easy. Creating a scenario is very easy. Implementing the gaming or the scenario is also very easy. So it will be your creativity how you will create the exercise. I hope that answers the first question. Yeah, please. Yeah.
If I can add also something. And also and because it will come with a very rich database, but you can also, or you can customize it. No, I think it's okay. So you can, because you had also during your first question something related to the customization. Are we also using the software as it is, or can we do the exercises with our own environment, our own doctrine, and so on? So you can do both. Some customers will use it, the software as it is, to play fictitious situation and in fictitious environment. But some customers, and majority of customers, will use it with customized with their own doctrine, with their own terrain, and their own equipment. So they will be playing really very close to reality.
And and to answer the second question, you are correct, sir, in saying that nobody can predict the human behavior. It is not possible. We are unique. But in our simulation, to bring the uncertainty, we use Monte Carlo at various stages, at multiple times, to include the uncertainty of the nature. And we have historical precedence as a reference point where we can relate. So when you are preparing your database, or when you are designing your behavior model as per your organization, then you check whether the results are near to historic precedence or not. So when it is near to historic precedence, we take it that, okay, it will not be 100% accurate, but it can be at least 80% as per our earlier experience. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
I think you partially already answered my question. So my question was whether someone from Canada can get a license and then to conduct this training. So as far as I understand, yes, they can.
So thank you very much, and we appreciate your inputs, and Master Group has taken time to join with us. So, and it's almost later in the night in Dhaka. So stay well, Najwa and her team, and we'll definitely touch base with you later on. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Najwa, and
thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So now our last part, policy discussion and finding out our inputs and some of the recommendations. So in this session, what we'll do is we'll reorganize the room a little bit, and we'll request our co-directors to kindly take the center stage, and in the meantime have a break and the lunch is on, and then we'll reconvene here after 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. But it's very sporadic, and it's the onus is on the organization itself. So you see maybe, but a lot of private it's on them. I've seen these situations here and there where some, like I know Bell works very closely with the Red Cross, and if they have a situation, they can relieve some of their. There's a few more, but it's not systematic.
It's not a good idea. I think it's important.
Okay, let's go. 1 second.
Could be, yeah. Okay. So we have a list of volunteer organizations. That's specific to disaster. Because there's a lot of NGOs out there that have absolutely no link to what we do. But there's all the ones that are linked to that kind of work that we do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Something else. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing something like that. Yeah. One area where I know there's a big deficit, I've seen that as a huge is the idea of economic development. That you're almost not we talk about saving lives, I think we touched on the property and the environment and all that. And there's a lot of stuff out there, change like that. When it comes to after the disaster, rebuilding the home, what about the economy? Yeah. Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, thanks to that, actually, the Public Safety Canada's new adaptation strategy.
Okay.
The economy is
It's now exact, but it hasn't been really looked into very much. That's not a lot of research, at least that I've seen. So if we have the people that are interested in the topic, if they have a little bit of a financial background, if they understand the finances, the economics, it would be a good topic. How do we get, and it's local, provincial, national, sort of different levels of economics, especially depending on the nature of such a dealing with. And it don't vary as well depending on the dealing with. So I think there's a lot of potential for research. Correction, we don't have time to do research. So we depend on research. Tell us, so how do we apply this? But the other thing is that there's a lot of research out there which is not necessarily easily usable. It's not user friendly for practitioners. There's a lot of stuff out there which is great theory, great concept, all that. But how do I make it work in my jurisdiction? That's right. That's the connection between the academic and the
Sorry.
I have a question for you. Yeah, something like that. But these kids. Yeah, I know. I did, yeah. Oh, I'm so overwhelmed by it. This is great. It's really good. I'm happy to have my good system. I said expectation. Yeah. Under that's it. Under probably because the opposite is
Hello, listen up everybody. Elaine. Take a seat. I was wondering, so this is supposed to be a policy discussion. I'm going to pick everybody's brain. We will contribute as well. I was just wondering, by show of hands, who would like to serve yourself lunch and have it a lunch and network? Does that sound good? Yes?
Majority.
So, okay. So why don't we do that? So help yourself with the lunch is already there. And then we sit down and I'm going to bother you.
So there is already some. This could be refined. Especially some areas there is large municipalities. Yeah.
Next time we see you, we can upstairs to you. We already got there. Let's try to not easy to capture lock your cards. All of this links to the stuff. I have done it before. Usually, for an audience, so now yeah. 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 Ideally not. Thank you. I didn't realize Yeah. Seems like
Yeah. I did school there. There's so many areas. Right, and they would one or two. Very clear. Where are you gonna? So much. Terrorism, yeah, that changed the whole scenario. Who knows what's next? We never expected it to be like that. It's seriously foreseen. I'm scared about what that's an unrolled part. Really, I don't know. The world has changed so much since 2016 that I don't know that we didn't you heard about the problems that they created and then after several control languages, they created their own and they stopped. So this is not So the thing is, first I went to urban planners a while back, and they were all talking about. No, that's okay. Yeah, we were all thinking of dimension. It just was cars and transportation. How do we get things out? Human transportation now. Very soon, it's like a few countries. People are just going to start to be flying around. Some cities are, especially in Dubai or other cities, are already doing their postal delivery. Instead of having traffic lights, you're getting traffic lights at different stages, you're getting your systems and use high isolations. You're still thinking how you build. One thing, however, at least we were able to combine otherwise and you only need one spot there to get this. Whereas here, if you're in transit, if you transfer over to start getting big, so it's three different systems. You're trying to get the rest of the cards.
So hello again. In between your bites, probably you can start contributing to the policy discussion. Lieutenant Anderson, I can see your plate is empty. So can you start us off by, sharing some insights into the key of accountability? And everybody here, I just want to say that people have traveled into tanks and we have all these dogs. Are there ways to implement those dogs?
Yeah, when emergencies come up, a lot of times there's a little bit of a panic and people tend to look around the room and ask who can respond, and we're always sort of sitting there shifty-eyed waiting for someone to say, hey, what do you have to bring to the table? I think preparedness has been a big theme here, and there's a lot of work that can be done ahead of time in order to identify alternatives. We were just talking before lunch started about how can we bring commercial alternatives to the table. With Alan and the NGO Alliance, it's easy. He's our one-stop shop in the province of Ontario for talking to NGOs, but there's not an equivalent for talking to commercial options. And there's a good reason for that. They're in competition with each other, right? There's also some complex issues around procurement. When an emergency kicks off, it's a little bit easier. We can kind of streamline our ability to do emergency procurement for commercial solutions, but ahead of time, I imagine, from my understanding of it, it's kind of a cumbersome process to do bids. But I mean, one solution that was proposed here or highlighted by Simon is the Canadian Emergency Management Logistics, which seems like a great initiative for kind of a first step towards a one-stop shop or a network for commercial solutions. But I've seen a lot of strides happening on the civil-military cooperation side. We have Paul Hassanali speaking about that. We're trying to connect with all the municipalities and emergency management sectors throughout Ontario, mirroring what's happening at EMO with their field officer program. So that's happening, but I don't know what connections are being made at the commercial level, and I'd be interested to know how we're integrating them. I think that's a good next step.
Mm-hmm. That's a good start. Any further thoughts?
That's a good point of private industry. So there's a big organization, CANSI, which is the Canadian Association of Defense and Security Industry. That's General Dynamics and all of those. They just hosted a big women in defense and security breakfast earlier this month, and there were over 1,000 attendees from industry. So I think, as well as government. So I think there are some inroads being made on that front, but bringing them into these kind of more niche conversations is trickier. But I can do that absolutely if there's a demand. So there hasn't been a demand until recently.
Well, the next step is, if there is a group, the next step is how do municipalities and government offices, how do we access that? You know, that's the issue. There's a lot of stuff out there. It's just where do we turn to be able to get it? That's the difficulty.
So just to build on that, it's just before the pandemic, everybody was just-in-time inventory basis. And all that, people got woken up by the shock. And now what do you do? Unless something is produced and manufactured right where you are creating a weak link by creating dependencies. So just how to on top of that. I'm going to pick our students brain. So you can get started.
Professor. So I have some thoughts to share, let's say. First, I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Yana Shatilova. I am graduate student within Disaster and Emergency Program with Professor Agrawal, and I'm your research assistant. Very proud of it, to be honest. So my background is I graduated from Ukrainian International Affairs University with human rights background. Then I got my postgraduate diploma in international security, and I joined them recently. So I believe that all these backgrounds contribute to create a puzzle, to go deep into the reasons, aims, scenarios, outcomes, needs in providing response, to think ahead of the situation. This helps me very much. Just briefly will tell how I joined them. It was a story which is published, by the way, at our DEM page. So in brief, I had to make a choice. I was working for the United Nations, and my key takeaway from this work was that you cannot be a good emergency manager when your loved ones are endangered. We talked yesterday about that. So I ended up in Circle Kyiv with my daughter, and I realized that I have to make a choice. So that's how I was going to Poland. Then I wrote email to Professor Agrawal, and I joined them. Really happy about it. So my key takeaways from my experience, I had really a variety of experiences, starting from police, then in Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe in the field, then in United Nations, where I was, like 3 of us actually, were evacuating 2,000 staff from all over Ukraine. Really, it was coordinating evacuation of 2,000 staff. So it was an experience together with my daughter. So I have something to say about that, let's say. Yeah. So I think that emergency preparedness is something which is really important when you want to provide efficient emergency response. My key takeaways from all of my experience I had, advertising, because self-preparedness is something very much important. When you are emergency manager, and even if you have brilliant plan, if you have 2,000 staff which are not prepared, it's quite a load. So it helps to unload pressure on government, on emergency managers, etc. So advertising. We can see a lot of advertising of stuff which we don't need to buy, but we don't see advertising of disaster. We should see it. For example, I'm really grateful to all the countries, to the international community for what they are doing for Ukraine. When you open YouTube, you see Help Ukraine. but you don't see something about disaster. That's what I mean. I think that it's also quite important because it's not about only Ukraine or only Canada. We have to speak about Afghanistan. We have to speak about Pakistan, flooding. We have to speak about a lot of emergencies. And self-preparedness is some kind of a key. When major disaster comes, it will reduce tensions, as I said, and unload the pressure. Second takeaway is any society is somewhat polarized. Any society. You will easily find two people who think differently in your working environment. And that can become an issue in disaster and emergency management. So building trust is about impartiality, listening, and care about human being. Human being is a key in emergency management. That's what all of us should remember. Budget and communication. budget. You can have brilliant plan, brilliant. But if you don't have budget, you are screwed up because you don't have items prepared in advance. You don't have hotel booked for evacuation procedures. You just don't have. And also bureaucracy. And lack of bureaucracy leads to corruption. So there are a lot of issues. Networking is what is really key, one of the keys in disaster and emergency management. When you know this guy, even if you don't have budget, even if you don't have resources, you can find those in other people you know. So that's like all the puzzles which should be put together. So change starts here. When we are meeting, we are discussing, and it is always a lot to learn. Even if you have, all of us, we have experience, different experience, variety of experience, but there is always a place to learn. So for me, all these workshops are open-minded, like mind-blowing, and I always have a lot to think about this. So Melissa, Patricia, Thomas, Richard, everyone just gave me today and told of you something to think about. For example, NGO challenges, Alan, planning, and Niagara Falls specific situation, which is something what all of us are going to think after this workshop, I think. Last resort, involving Canadian Armed Forces. And all of us, we just need to put this puzzle together to have efficient emergency response. So I'm really grateful to all of you and to you, Professor, to be here to learn. And I'm looking forward to other meetings of such kind. And I'm looking forward for further cooperation and initiatives. Some of us already started, and I will gladly join those initiatives. And thank you.
Well, that was awesome. That was wonderful. You should be official moderator. Who is next to be Tiana's comments?
Great, good afternoon. Thanks for having us. My name is Richard. I'm a training development officer with Emergency Management Ontario. But I wear multiple hats, and I'll try and keep this rather short. So I'm a professional by day, graduate student at the university by night, and middle of some work days. I've worked for 2 municipalities. I've worked with the CBSA for a little bit, so I've worked at all levels of government. So from a policy perspective, I'll make the comment that I think all of us in this room influence policy, although we may not be policy writers and makers. The people, we hear about the people, but it's not always the victims. It's the people involved in the response, the preparedness, the planning, the data analytics. It's all of us. We all influence that. When I got to the provincial level here, one thing I realized was because I had the ability to have all these other connections, I found myself in the silo, and I'm like, well, we have to break down these silos. So our deputy minister being here yesterday was a collaboration where Our deputy minister had a town hall, internal, no one outside of our team would know, and said, I'd love to connect with the universities. I'm like, aha, I wear that hat. So I called Dr. Agarwal and I said, would you like to meet with the deputy? And boom, we set it up. So the people are important, the networks are important. I think the collaboration and building up the trust is critical. And I think all of that influences policy, because our ministers don't know what they don't know. We don't know what we don't know. And we work in one of the most interdisciplinary fields I think that exists out there. And I don't know if any one group is actually going to be the solution. I think it involves all of us wearing multiple hats. So I sit on the IAM Canada Professional Development Committee, and I've met people from across Canada, Alberta, Halifax, and we all have different perspectives, and we're sharing ideas. Sometimes it's in professional development, sometimes it's a little bit of venting, but we all share information. Information sharing is critical. Last November, I was at the international conference in Savannah. Canadian delegation, 5 people. But all 5 of us met people from across the United States internationally. We had Australia, there were a couple of African countries represented there, and we all got to meet and talk. And as much as we all thought we were going to learn from each other, we all realized we're all in the same place. We're trying to define this thing in emergency management. We're trying to ingrain it in policy. Some jurisdictions are further ahead, others are a little further behind, but it's sharing that information that we realize we're actually all, globally, we're all in this together. So I just encourage everyone, share the information. We are the conduit of information for our organization. We have our deputy support. We may not have the answers for you. We're specifically in training and education, which we are very passionate about. And one privilege we have is we get to meet so many people, and we get to build those networks. So we really, truly understand how important those are. So going forward, we identified a gap, which Yana was alluding to, which everything we do in the end is very structured. You're at work, you're in a structured environment. You go to a conference that has guest speakers and you're in a structured environment. So one thing we identified was, when do we have an unstructured environment? When can a bunch of EM practitioners get together and talk about the Leafs and their preparedness plan to win the Stanley Cup, right? Because that's what we do. We overlay emergency management principles to everything we do, every single one of us do it. So we did a little research, and apparently there's not an unstructured environment. So we started developing a process to have an unstructured environment. And we weren't going to launch, but our Ontario Council reached out to us and said, hey, why don't we do a collaboration unstructured event, which takes a lot of preparedness and structuring. So we launched, and we have a business going called the Toronto Dem Social Club. And we're hoping that it catches like fire across Canada and in other jurisdictions. It's about bringing practitioners together. Our website's up. There's not much out there because we're about 6 months ahead of schedule. But it's about bringing people together. It's about being in a room similar to this, but having that conversation, saying, "Hey, we've never met. Who are you? What do you do? Oh, I never thought about that." I got the inspiration because I worked in transit for almost 12 years. So I was part of the Toronto Railway Club, and I got to meet vendors. I got to learn about vendor software that blew my mind. I was not their connection. I was not in the procurement side of the business. However, I connected many vendors with some of our engineers. But I got to learn about it. So I got to have the inside scoop, and I got to make these relationships. So we're structuring an unstructured environment for DEM professionals. And whether it's a student or someone who's a 30-year veteran in DEM. So, I mean, my message, we influence policy by coming together. Our deputy was sitting here with us, taking notes. We have some follow-up we have to do with our deputy minister. And a lot of the follow-up we're going to do, they're not our ideas, they're all of your ideas. It's a collective idea. So I just encourage everyone to keep at it, wear multiple hats, combine academia with professionalism, combine the social aspect with the professional aspect. Because it's through all those collaboration pieces that I think we can actually influence good policy going forward so that we can best inform policy makers. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. That was wonderful. I just wanted to acknowledge we have Gilbert virtually joining us from Manitoba, from Norway House. So whenever you want to jump in, Gilbert, feel free to let us know.
Yeah, I'd like to say a few words, if I may. First of all, greetings everybody from Norway House Cree Nation in northern Manitoba, from our Chief and Council. I really appreciate the invite for the second conference. I do believe it's extremely important for networking, and I do appreciate all the comments that were made. Everybody has a wealth of knowledge when we're talking about disaster preparedness and networking. But unfortunately, I think we need an indigenous voice, like what's happening here, to be part of the process moving forward. In my professional life, I guess you can say, being vice chief and a counselor of Norway House from 14 to 2018, and then working for Indigenous Service Canada after that for 2 years, gave me a really good perspective of what drives policy for Indigenous people. And for the most part, with Indigenous Service Canada, you would not believe the, I guess, the much needed education of that department when it comes to Indigenous people. Like I said yesterday in my presentation, there's 63 First Nations in Manitoba, and we're situated right on top of Lake Winnipeg. Very vulnerable to fires, which has evacuated our community many times, and now the threat of flooding is very, very realistic, disaster, I guess, waiting to happen. So what I'd like to contribute to this workshop is that we want to be part of the solution as Indigenous people moving forward. If we're talking about social policy, public policy, when you're talking Indigenous people in Canada, we are fully covered through the federal government, as you know, through the Indian Act. And then that becomes a problem when it's jurisdictional, when it comes to the provincial and federal communication, when it comes to the betterment of Indigenous people. In Manitoba, I can speak to, when things happen in an emergency setting, like I alluded to earlier in my presentation the other day, is that we need to be at the table sitting with you great people in Toronto or wherever the situation might be. A few years ago, I was very fortunate to visit Colombia, and we went to Cali, and we visited the Indigenous people up in the mountaintops. And they were very, very vulnerable to everything that happens in the natural world. But Indigenous people from all over the globe are very vulnerable to everything that happens. Flooding, fires, natural disasters that happen. The Indigenous voice has to be heard globally. And I'll bring it back to a Canadian perspective, is that Indigenous people in Canada, we have to be at the table. We have to be, and I'm glad I'm here talking, and I really appreciate Dr. Ahmed giving me the invitation to speak. I do believe networking is absolutely crucial, as the last presenter alluded to. We do appreciate everybody that helps out in our evacuation and planning when that does happen. But like I said before, we have to be partners, because there's mainstream Canadians society that continues to work and do great stuff, but there's another tier. It's the Aboriginal Indigenous perspective is not being, I guess, at the forefront where it should be, with equal partners in this country. Through academia, like I have my graduate degree as well. I learned a lot of, I guess, Western thinking and philosophies that happen and continue to take place. I bring the Indigenous perspective into that. And I think we can learn a lot when we all put our minds together and really think that when we're talking about natural disasters from coast to coast to coast in Canada, I want to be sitting at the table. I want to be there representing Indigenous people and what we can do better in the future together not just looking at Indigenous people as, oh, okay, they're on, on the First Nation and they're not really part of the Canadian society in a sense. But 50% of our people now live in cities and in urban settings, and that is very crucial to getting that voice out there. So, once again, I'm very honored and humbled to be speaking to you today. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person next time. Keep up the great work that you do, the academic part, the legal part, the policy part, that you all bring your expertise. And I've learned a lot. And I hope that my contribution as an Indigenous voice resonates throughout the conference and beyond, because I think that that partnership is crucial to making Canada a safer place for everybody. And Indigenous people can contribute and will contribute, because who knows the environment better than the Indigenous stewards of this country. So with that, thank you so much. Have a great weekend, and it's nice to hear from everybody. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your insightful comments, Gilbert. So I'm looking for the next person to contribute to this discussion. Yes?
Hi, thank you, everyone. So it's awesome that we're getting together like this. So one of the things that stands out to me is, where do emergencies happen? Where is the impact? It's at the local level. It's in our communities, be they municipalities or First Nations communities. Not only do we deal with response, we deal with the impact phase. However, we aren't given the tools to actually deal with emergencies. We have so much responsibility for making sure that we have to keep our people safe. We have to make sure there's not property damage. We are the bottom of the pyramid in Canada's tiered response. And yet you look at the requirements for what we have to do in terms of compliance, and they vary across the country. You look at the resources provided, and they don't really help us overall. Now, obviously there are limitations to what the other tiers can provide us. And even if the other tiers have all the resources in the world to march in and rescue us and carry us out of that, what happens when they can't? What happens if we're isolated during an emergency? We had that happen to us, but ice roads are starting to have a shorter and shorter season. I've been doing this for quite a while at this point in time. I actually worked through all 3 of my PhDs full time. I've worked in every single province and territory across Canada. And you know what I keep hearing? The same exact issues across Canada. Now, that being said, they're actually echoed across many other countries too. But you know what's also interesting? These aren't unique issues. It's not like this is a slice in time. These go back for decades. But our risks and hazardscapes are changing. Things are getting worse due to climate change, due to increasing population density. We can't afford to not take action. So what are we going to do? Well, if we're going to place that burden of responsibility on our communities, we need to make sure they have the adequate tools, because if there's no cavalry coming in to support us, we're going to potentially be on our own. And yeah, eventually there will be support from others coming in. It will be too late for some of our community members. Now, last night we discussed the potential of an earthquake in BC. I'm originally from North Vancouver, so I'm very familiar with that hazard, and it's a terrifying one. But as someone whose background was originally the natural hazards, you know what? The kicker is, with an earthquake, there are things you can do. Natural hazards do not have an agenda to kill or decimate as many people's lives as possible. There are structural mitigation measures that can significantly lower the risk. There's a lot we could do. It's the human side that's the wild card. However, they come with a cost. What we're really talking about here is risk tolerance. Are we willing to put these investments in place? Are we willing to do the work in terms of changing legislation, in terms of boosting the organizations, the NGOs that need to come into effect? What is our risk tolerance? Are we going to keep it being what it's been and not make progress? Because honestly, I've been doing this for about 17 years at this point in time. I would like to retire at some point, although honestly, I'm looking at you, I'm kind of seeing my future. And I'm kind of worried about that, to be honest. We set the risk tolerance, and we have to educate our political leaders about it. At some point, we all decided to look at this scenario of an earthquake in BC and go, well, shame that's going to happen and it's going to be catastrophic. But there are measures that can be taken, but we haven't put enough money and time into supporting the levels and organizations that can do it. So do we change it? We have people around the table who can advocate for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Pass it on your table if anybody has.
Well, just know it's interesting. Rosemary and I we were talking last night, yesterday, but topic of retirement. There's no such thing as retirement. I retired from the city, but I'm busier now than before I retired. And we were saying the same thing. We're also busier now, so don't count on retirement to relax. I'm just gonna make it even more complex. Is that we were talking a minute ago. We also have to be careful, and I've seen that so many times, is that we're always planning for the previous emergency. Always planning for the, we had the ice storm, 1998, and all the plans were about ice storms, you know. And then we had, all sorts of, we had flooding, and we're always planning for the previous ones. We need to think of the future. I was at a conference with transportation experts, urban transportation, and they were talking about, widening roads and more traffic, and curbing and transit and things like that. And I stopped and I said, "You guys are thinking two-dimensional. But what's coming now is the drones. People are not going to just drive around; they're going to fly around. They're going to get onto personal drones and get around. So you're going to need to have traffic lights, not just on the ground level. You're going to have traffic lights at various levels. You're going to have new licenses for flying licenses, not just driving licenses. You're going to need to have new rules, new flying rules. And you guys are still thinking two-dimensional. You got to change your thinking to three-dimensional. But we need to be aware of that as well. The future is changing. We're talking about robots, the whole aspect of robots, and AI is coming, and even space. We're trying to get up into space, and there's all sorts of debris in space as well. So we have to really open our minds very wide to where is all of this going. I remember when I started teaching at York, I teach a communication course, and it was all about media, mostly about media and how we work with media, and talk about radio and TV and all that. And we were starting to think about, well, maybe the websites also, there's a lot of stuff on the internet now. And then social media appeared. We didn't have social media back in the 1990s, early 2000s. It didn't exist. But then it came on, and at first it wasn't really something that rich men were thinking about. But very quickly we said, now we got it. So my course today is completely different than what it was back in 2001. So again, we need to be ready for all of these changes that are coming. So not only we need to continue to take those plans, okay, what did we learn from the last emergency, but also we say, what's going to hit us next?
On that note, Sam, take it away from here.
Thank you. I guess building on building on what Alan said and what we talked about over the last day and a half or so, I see fundamentally that in this industry, we're not prepared for how to detect risk and how to make decisions when they emerge. That is an organizational behavior problem. So we don't know across all of these industries, whether it's public sector, private sector, operational, logistical, whether you're dealing with a mass public spectacle related to a naturally occurring phenomenon or a natural disaster which requires a concentrated deployment of military forces. All of that is, how do we make decisions? How do we identify problems, recognize them, and then react to the optimal strategy? And what we do as professionals is try to advise on that, but unfortunately, the power does not reside with us. For good reasons, it doesn't. And so it's really a matter of looking at the evolution of emergency management field as a discipline and how we can feed into decision-making processes in a way that makes our input relevant and impactful, in a way that catches the attention of senior leaders and decision makers, so that they can recognize the importance, not just in the way that politicians thinking about optics or senior leaders thinking about dollar signs, but what is the actual impact to mission, to values, to confidence in government, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, very well said. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Sorry, I won't take a lot of time. My name is Ramya. This is my first time over here. Thanks to Dr. Agarwal for the invitation. I work for EMO as an instructor along with Richard. All I wanted to say was one of the things I observed in some of the conversations was, how do I get in touch with the province itself? I think there are many ways in which we can, but there's one particular way I got to highlight over here. Here is a room of professionals, EM professionals, with a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge. We do have an instructor program. We have about 200 plus instructors across the province. There is no way us as two instructors, we're the only two instructors currently employed by EMO, who is basically teaching all the courses. So that being said, we've got about 200 plus instructors across the province, and they're all EM professionals who are delivering our courses. There is one way in which you can communicate with the province, influence, and share your ideas, knowledge, and thoughts. Those courses are not going to curate itself. It's all of the ideas that are flowing through back and forth that makes it happen. So if you are interested, and if you've done it before, fantastic, please reconnect if you've kind of lost touch with us. If not, that's a great way to start. And I'm happy to make that connection with the right people within the organization so we can get that going.
Yeah, we are the right people here. Good. Yeah.
I want to build on what has been said by several people. My reflection on what I heard in the last 2 days is that preparedness and response has a precondition, understanding the risk. And risk assessment itself is a field. It's emerging, like emergency management. It's a huge field, and risks, we cannot put everything in one part, because business risk is very different than nature triggered disasters. So risk has different category. I was evaluating a European Science Foundation $2 million projects covering this global risk. And fundamentally, they missed the boat that in that major project, the risk has not been defined category with that. It's all risk, are the same. So in terms of understanding local risks, regional risk, national risk needs further development. So knowledge gap, bringing Simon's this morning, that we need to understand this better. Alan's comment actually risk is changing, risks are changing. We know that 9/11 changed the scenario, risk scenario, pandemic changed the risk scenario. And in ecology, there's a flip, catastrophic loss, the way dinosaurs got lost and so on. It's an existential threat that humans could face that may come from ecology and so on. So those kind of big thinking needs more attention to the local level. So that risk assessment need to be connected with procurement, with an understanding then how to prepare and what to procure. Because you cannot just procure out of the, that the risk that we know, because we built on historical experience and so on, but it does not, repeat itself. Yes, it's important. We have to procure based on our current understanding of the risk, but we have to simulate and understand what's new coming from AI, from robotics, from all of those things. So we have to be forward thinking and linking to our decision making process. So that's why we have to take a larger landscape rather than thinking of only response or only preparedness. It has to link with better understanding of risks and emerging risks. My second thought is that one of the key questions that we discussed and we are really debating and struggling is how to make stakeholders collaboration happen. I mean, it's a wishful thinking, one board collaboration and so on, but it's a very tough job because it's a matter of give and take, that learning, that culture. So we need a patronage from our higher level institutions, like policy issue that we are talking about. Because in Canada, we don't have, like, if I compare with the United States, a lot of foundations, a lot of trusts, private money I'm talking about. They have got so many universities and others run by private money. In Canada, we have a different institutional arrangement. It's basically public money, taxpayers' money, and we rely on government. So we need our, major ministries, federal and also provincial and so on, to patronage these collaborations, and they will help to develop this new culture of give and take and collaboration through understanding, interaction, and so on. And my third and final comment is that local communities, municipalities, remote communities, indigenous First Nation communities, and so on, they have very limited capacity in terms of logistics, finance, as well as knowledge, particularly for technology and so on. So one of the things that coming out of the literature is to focus on not as a response, not preparedness, but rather to build capacity, to enhance local capacity by training them, by training the volunteers and so on, and build some rainy day, fund and so on locally. So it's basically building more adaptive capacity of local capacity, because this bailing out and relying all the time on the government and so on, I think is a culture of the past. It should be culture of the past, because we are talking about resilience. Resilience means that the inner capacity to come back, bounce back. That inner capacity to resilience will mean that they're resilient and they will come back by their own. No, we have to do the work. Institutional, the stakeholders, that we must enhance and help to build the capacity before things happen. Because they're vulnerable, but that vulnerability can be reduced and should be reduced. When the normal time is there. And that's the time when you enhance the capacity, not after the disasters and so on. So that's the way things are going, and local capacity building is very critical. Without that, from the top and relying on federal money and provincial money, we cannot afford. How much money we are going to print? I mean, you see the inflation and so on, the money we printed during the COVID time. So those kind of macro level or macroeconomic thoughts must come to play in this kind of our understanding and dialogue. Because this helping the local capacity is very important. And gender issues and race issues, language issues must be also taken into account, even this kind of capacity building. Because capacity building of home, what we have done in the past, obviously demography is changing, labor force is changing, many things are changing. That's why those EDI perspective also need to be considered in your local planning. Thank you.
Can I just pick on your dimension of the dinosaurs? It's like a kind of prehistoric scene killed all the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. That kind of prehistoric strike was good for all of us. So we don't need to worry about it. Yeah, lighter tone. Should put some inserts of lighter tone into the discussion. Now, next table's turn.
But you never know, the Third World War might start, who knows? Hope not, but these are, humans are pedestrian create. We create our own nature floodplains.
Public affairs officers who can't use technology. My name is Erica. I'm going to speak a little bit about what you just mentioned regarding the local level and building capacity in that way. And I don't have an answer in this role. So I'll put it as a question to the room about policy. So I'll tell you a bit of a story. The last time we were on ledges for floods up in Breeze Ridge, 2019. The water, I'm short, and tap V wheels are about up to my head, and that's the vehicle we needed in order to transfer through the roads. They were flooded that badly. Little story, we were going through the roads, doing wellness checks, knocking on doors, and one of the homes that were flooded that we couldn't really get to because it was in such a low-lying area. I heard some of the neighbors talking. Oh, have you gone to so-and-so's house yet? He's really bad. He's underwater up to this first floor. He probably has the worst flooding out of any of us. And okay, we'll note that down. We'll put that on our list, and we'll see how we can coordinate either with our tap Vs who can sort of get through the roads or by boat. We'll note it down. We'll see how we can get there. And then the neighbors kept on talking. Yeah, we told him that he shouldn't have built his house there. It was on a floodplain. It was known that the house was on a floodplain. This particular individual wanted to build a house there so very badly. I don't know what the joy was with this particular piece of land, but he wanted his house there. And the township told him, that's a floodplain. You should not build your house here. In fact, they came up against him a number of times and told him, we're not going to permit you to build your house in this area. It's on a floodplain. But he wanted it there so very badly, he kept pestering the township, and eventually, I don't know, this is gossip from the neighbors, he got permission to build his house. Sure enough, when the floods came, his house flooded. And it flooded worse than anyone else. And he was desperate for the Canadian Armed Forces to come and bail him out. And all we can do at that point is just note down that we've been asked to go and check on a neighbor for the Canadian Armed Forces side of things. But my question to the room is policy. If we're looking, and this is not with my Canadian Forces hat on now, if we're looking to minimize risk, how was it that the policy was able to be overruled to the point where it was known that this was a risk, and yet eventually this individual was given permission to build his house there?
DRR is a civic issue, right? So who we vote for affects our resilience, and the policy decisions they make affects our resilience. The whole idea, I don't entirely subscribe to it, the whole idea that there's no such thing as a natural disaster or socially constructed, right? There's no such thing as a natural disaster as socially constructed. I'll just
There you go. No such thing as a natural disaster as socially constructed. There you go. Which has a lot of merit. And so who do we make decisions to put in office and change these things? I mean, there's my CGM hat, my wife wears that, my CGM hat on. We have a premier dissecting our natural lands and to build homes that are supposed to be affordable in incredibly vulnerable places. And so not only who did we vote for, who didn't show up to vote, right? And is there an understanding of the critical juncture that we're at as a species, as a planet, and the incredible importance of civic action? I mean, and not to, just to unbias my opinion, pointing to one party in power in the province here, but at the federal level, we have an environmental minister who's a former Greenpeace activist and is greenlighting more pipelines. So, and I understand we need oil, I drove down here from Scarborough, I get it. Point being, are we holding politicians accountable for not having DRR platforms or for not taking action on DRR platforms?
To build on that, democracy works when everybody votes. So if 50% of the population votes, that means 50% was in Australia. Oh, no, it's okay, that one. I will pass it on to someone. In Australia, voting is compulsory. You have to vote. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking for next round of insights.
I just want to say, maybe this is directed over to the EMO training cell, is that talking about resilience and individual resilience and policy and educating individuals, is there any aims at EMO in order to create some individual training directed at the civilian population down to an individual level? I know that to pull another story from Lentis 19 and from our public affairs shop, when that happened, we were getting like just flooded, for lack of a better term, with requests for sandbagging. And what our public affairs shop did was a 10-minute video on how to create an effective sandbag barrier wall, and then put that out on social media and pushed it through our civilian partners so that people could go out and build their own. But there's a lot of preparedness stuff that I think could be passed down to the local and individual level. And maybe we could capitalize on some advertising, like you had mentioned, in order to get that done.
I'm now studying with them, which is really interesting and good program in terms of emergency management. So my second thought, the first thought was like you said, how? Corruption, I don't know, blackmail, a lot of stuff. But second thought is, we don't know the whole story, right? So right now I'm researching British Columbia flooding 2021. And the likelihood is one. So the risk is low. It's a flooding which happens one time per 500 years. So in such case, I believe that government officials cannot recommend to the person, do not live here for 500 years. I'm sorry, you can't live here for 500 years. Okay, it's maybe if the likelihood is higher, then your question how is relevant. If the likelihood is low, we can recommend to purchase some kind of appliances which will detect flooding, like early warning indicators, etc. But I believe that government cannot just forbid people to live. So, but again, I don't know the whole story. It's just a thought. Thank you.
So I wanted to say any other stupid things.
Unless your question was about training for public members of the public. Yeah, so currently I don't think we have anything specifically created for the members of the public. However, I think it's a great idea and we will take that away to see how that can be best actioned. We do have our field officers, I'm sure you're working with many of them already. So we do have a public education campaign as well. We've got a bunch of resources which are up there. However, I think it's a great idea to take it away to see how best we can connect the dots and make that happen in one shape or form.
And educating one person here, one person there is very difficult. However, these people are usually organized in group. They belong to associations, they belong to neighborhood groups, they belong to all sorts of things, you know. And what I've done in Brampton when I was there is that we've reached out to some of those associations, you know, condo association, you know, and neighborhood groups, you know, and we reach out to them and we offer them some training sessions on public education and preparedness. So it's not the training of one here, one there, and you offer a course and you hope that people will register. You go to the association organization, you know, organizers and then the leaders of those associations, and you encourage them to organize, and you work with them at organizing events. And I've done hundreds of events over the years with all these different groups, and I've met many thousands of people from Rampton that I wouldn't have been able to reach out if I had just a poster and a pamphlet and do this session and open the doors. So I think that's one way to do it, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I can actually announce this now, I've been given the go-ahead from our clients for media reviews. We were actually awarded a grant through the Impact Weather Genesis grant. It's in part by West Third University and other partners. We're working with the Canadian Meteorological and Oceanographic Society and the Niagara Safety Village. We are creating a novel severe weather educational program targeted at children. Because I'm sure a lot of you remember the 911 educational program, the Don't Drink and Drive program, which created a lot of trauma for kids back then who looked at their parents drinking a water or a coffee while driving. We're like, oh my God, I can't believe my parents did that. It was really effective. We need to include best practices. There's a ton of research out there on public education. What works, what doesn't. Adults are tricky when it comes to education. I can tell you the hardest questions I get when I go out and I talk about severe weather are the kids. They absorb it. They want to learn. So the approach we're taking is to build risk perceptions into our public education and go after the ones who want to learn. So we partnered with the Safety Village, so we have that audience constantly coming in, and we're actually using our CERT team to deliver it because I can't, unfortunately, although I'd love to because they're absolutely hilarious to teach too. So that's kind of how we're approaching it. But I'd love to see more from the province, both in terms of training and PubEd, because I know you are separate groups there. So it would be awesome to see more.
Can I just, thank you. Yeah, I mean, with regards to training, my humble suggestion is that the government organizations like EMOs and other organizations that we spoke about for the last 2 days, it's a little difficult for them because it's highly structured and people are less in number and they have specific duties to do. But in our country, I think the wonderful model, and here comes my self-promotion, please accept apology. So group like us, we can deliver training. So we have the flexibility, we can recruit people, we can connect people globally. It's not even locally, we can connect people globally, bring expertise, and we can get this certification from somewhere. But we can do that. So that is the model I think most useful. And the reason I'm also saying here, because I'm running a public safety project on counter and radical association to violence in schools in Manitoba. So the model I adopted is developing something indigenous coming from the teachers over the 2 years. And now in the 3rd year, we are running 18 workshops, going individually to schools. So which is not possible by public safety at all. Because public safety being the federal organization, they can conceive and we are so happy that they have understood our approach. But this is what organizations like us can do and deliver. And if I am not wrong, I've heard many ways that we have enough knowledge, we have enough policies. Whatever policies we have it, right? So now we need the on-ground implementation of some of the things we are speaking about, we are talking about, we are struggling around. And I think we have a lot of policymakers here today. My only humble approach is that it is possible, and we just need different mindset. And I hope that through our discussions and knowledge, we develop some mindsets to also training.
Thank you. If I could add, so public-private partnerships are critical. We can't do everything. So as my partner alluded to earlier, we're the first 2 instructors the EMO has ever had. Otherwise, they've all been from other organizations, other agencies. They're a force multiplier for us. However, we're the first 2 from internal. So we're breaking a lot of ground. We're doing a lot of things as you've seen, and our minister has demonstrated we have a lot of support. And I'll give you an example of breaking barriers. So through one of our training classes, we had a member of St. John Ambulance. Did the class, they got the certificate. That's great, it's very basic level training. They reached out to us and said, we'd like more, could you come down and do an education day? We can't authorize that. It went up to our Deputy Minister's office, said, by all means, go ahead and do it. And there we were about a month and a half later with a custom education piece for them, which now they can be a force multiplier and take it to the rest of their team. And we're sending this message out to the NGOs. We can't say yes here today, but we're willing to have the conversation. And if we have the support from our senior leadership, then that's something we can build upon, and everyone else in the private sector can be a force multiplier for us. So we are here. We haven't been here for very long, but we're both coming up to our 1-year anniversary. So we're making strides. We're doing internal training. We're also building more education. We work side by side with our PubMed team, but yes, we are very structured in that sense. We're on the road a lot across the province, as you can imagine. PubMed's working out of the corner center here at Kilo 401. But we're happy to be that conduit of conversation, and we have a lot of support from our senior management. And again, it's breaking those barriers and building those partnerships that we can move the agenda forward. And I think in the long run, that's what may ultimately influence policy.
To build on that, there are some models, like I was talking about cyclone preparedness program. Train the trainers, the imams and the church leaders and others. You train them and they train the local community. I mean, there are models, who succeeded so well. It's tested so many times, and globally it's recognized. So you could think, along that line, rather than thinking of big mobilization that you have to do everything. No, find something very, very efficient and pragmatic. So mobilizing some local leaders, train them, and TOT, and then they will train the local people.
I think it's that table's turn now.
Thank you so much. So far be it from the promise to provide a rosy, optimistic perspective, but I will, because I think there are two almost seismic shifts in the emergency management public policy world, at least at a provincial level, which I think can begin to address a lot of the concerns that we raised. And it's by no means going to happen very quickly, but I think the horse is out of the barn, so to speak. It's going to be tough to stop these positive developments. There's two that I can think of. The first one is provincial EMOs, essentially across the country, have stopped just talking the talk around mitigation and have tried to begin building actual programming around mitigation. So a prominent example of Manitoba would be, we do an update flood risk mapping, and we link them into municipal development so that you cannot do what that individual did. It's built into subdivision approval processes. So it's one aspect of a risk assessment, which is the flood mapping. But all municipal divisional approval processes comes through sort of this EM lens now, because we have a small but growing mitigation branch that has said we do flood mapping for forecasting. The municipal department is approving divisions. Let's link the two and ensure that the other pressures that municipal developers might face from an economic perspective, they just don't have the choice. So we don't have to have that fight. So that's sort of one small example, and it's not just Manitoba, that's happening across the country to various degrees. A more broader shift is a lot of the changes that's being advocated now here requires a lot of senior, and by senior I mean premier level support and buy-in. And that usually happens when a policy area is its own thing. Health, justice, education, families, there are their own departments. They've got a minister who's accountable and responsible. Governments can live or die on those policy areas. Emergency management is coming into the fore there, slowly but surely, at least at a provincial level. So all of Western Canada now, BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan. Manitoba is a bit of a unique example because we have so many benefits of being in infrastructure given the flood. But all those entities, and now Ontario, have an independent, essentially, ministry or department that's responsible for emergency management. Ontario is housed within the Treasury, but clearly there's a commissioner who's sitting with their deputy ministers. So this is going to be huge. These impacts are going to be huge. Ministers and maybe governments will begin to live and fall on how well they perform in emergency management. I truly believe it because governments live and fall on how they do on health, or if there's a big justice issue, or certainly at a provincial. So you're starting to see that across the country. I think that's a very positive development. It'll address not all, but many of the concerns that we're talking about now will be addressed by these kind of movements at a provincial.
More insights?
point is made. I was going to basically just add to say that, yeah, we do have the data in the model, so that's the only way we could survive, because we are just two people. However, we have about 230 plus instructors. The only way we can use that many number of instructors is through a model like database.
That's the way to go.
There's also been a lot of talk about leveraging technology too. If you're training to the individual level down in the municipality, not a professional, but someone
just someone who owns a house that might be in a flood risk area. We can enable that through technology too. We don't necessarily need an instructor there, but a website where it could tell them, until they could plug in their address, it would say these are the risks within your area according to the local risk and hazards assessment or the provincial risk and hazards assessment, which I know the PEMSAT is undertaking in Ontario, which is awesome, doing an updated risk and hazard assessment. But then telling them, here's what you could do to help prepare your household for that emergency. Here's how you can go and help your neighbors, that sort of thing, and leverage the technology that we have in order to make that, in order to reach more people.
So is there any mapping available? Typically, those No, I was just going to say to your point, is there any, the site has got floating around in Ontario too, but there isn't a tool where you click in your postal code and you will know whether you're in or you're out. Oh, there is. Calgary does. Okay, in Ontario does. So follow.
Hello. So following up on those questions, we have in place information and referral systems. We've got the 211, 311, 411, 511, et cetera, 911. And as an example, with 211, they were busy 24/7 during COVID, answering questions, being able to help. I would, because I was part of that world for about 12 years, I can't say that it has extended to disaster management and, more importantly, preparation. And so what I wonder is, in terms of leveraging the assets that we've got, with the mandates and responsibilities to introduce something that is now so pressing on an ongoing basis in terms of being prepared. If we can bring in what the municipal assets are, like I think a City of Toronto with the mapping, and I wasn't aware about Calgary, that we bring together multi-stakeholders assets, and that they're talking to people all the time. They're in 150 languages down at Pine Hill, Toronto. The resources are there. They're there to help. So it's a great idea.
I know other municipalities do. I don't know many of them. A lot of municipalities out there in the country. Yeah, a lot of them.
It's a quiet sleeper.
People don't know that. The 211 is trying to introduce some marketing to the public to let them know that they live that place in turn to see for information. So I know I've attended a couple of presentations from 211 to various groups. So they're trying to reach out more and make it more known that they're available. Now, in some large communities, we have 311. In Radford, we have our own 311. But 211 is more for provincial and social services, and whereas the 311 is more municipal, local. So, but both of them are good resources.
They are 24/7 chat, text, talk. They're going to be salesmen on this one. But when we ran one in my area in your region, we had almost 2 million visits to our website every year. And that was after we took out the bots. People want reliable information, and they want it quick and the same information every time they ask about I'm saying that it looks the same, so that it's not, oh my God, what is this new page view? It just, you just repeat, and people will come to use it. You're right, 2-in-1 was not a good marketing. They are provincial, they are just, decisions are decided provincially. That's work to do. And the examples that I give are what 2-in-1 is in the States and how they are built. They are built for being a disaster capabilities, pressure on 911. When 9/11 happened in New York, 2-in-1 kicked into gear. So that hasn't come up to Canada, that idea of disaster management that is absolutely baked into 2-in-1 here. So, you know, we've done, it's probably false, I guess.
So where are we at? Are we wrapping up the day? I just want to say a last fun fact about 1 in 500 year event. So it's 1 in 500 chance event, not once in 500 years. So you can have in 3 consecutive years a 500-year event. And that happened in Houston, Texas. Hurricane Harvey was the 3rd one in a row. Before that, 2016, 2015, there was a 500-year event hurricanes causing flooding. So back to the knowledge and conceptions, what perceptions, what concepts are out there, how they're understood, risk communication, all of that. So that would be my last comment. Over to you, Fausto, you want to say something?
Just wanted to contribute to that about risk assessment, etc. So we are assessing, the mapping is a really great idea because for insurance companies it's really, yeah. So this what they are doing is a great thing. So mapping and determining the areas which are at risk like every year, then appliances which are warning, like early warning indicators for households. And I guess that it will be plus education, it will be solution. Because if people know about the risks, if people know how to behave at risk, and the main thing is in British Columbia, there were like case studies where people said that if we would get warning in time, we would be able to save actually all our households. So the warning and communication played a key role in that case. So appliances, risk assessment appliances, warnings, and self-education. And it will like unload government in response.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, Gilbert, do you have last comments? Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'd like to thank everybody again for their insight and professionalism when we're talking about Canada disaster relief and responses. I just want to reiterate a couple of comments that I made yesterday, is that within the 635 First Nation communities across Canada, most are remote and very hard to get to. And then you put in the connectivity or lack thereof within some of these communities makes it highly vulnerable for natural disasters, fires, and flooding to really wreak havoc on the individual First Nation. And talking about Manitoba, the situation here is that it's getting better with connectivity in the north, but we still got a long way to go. And when we have these discussions, and I'm very, very happy to be invited, and just getting that Indigenous perspective in the whole, how would you say, the collaborative effort that we're getting has to take place a lot more, and because when we're talking about natural disasters and responses from the Canadian government, the military, we fall under that blanket of, care. I guess the federal government takes care of the Indigenous communities and basically jumps in when there's a disaster. But like I said before, we've been sitting on the sidelines too long. And I think that our voice is necessary and needed. And we have to talk to the provincial and federal counterparts here in Manitoba to make sure that we are represented properly and equally. And all of these comments and places we talked about globally and within Canada are so important. And I just wanted to make those final comments and say once again how honored and humbled I am to be speaking to you all. Safe journeys on your way back home, and I'm hoping that we can continue our networking together. To make the effort for all Canadians safe, and including Indigenous people. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Gilbert. Thank you for these kind words. It's absolutely appreciated. And Gilbert is our friend in Manitoba, and whenever we need him, he's the first responder sort of friend. He always responds. Thank you, Gilbert, once again. And next time we'll meet in person. So this is absolutely our end of our efforts. Thanks goes to both the co-directors, Professor Nanda and Dr. Niru. Thank you so much for leading the charge. It was all about you, leadership, and make us end to the teamwork is always a teamwork. We need leader in the team. So both our co-directors were absolutely astonishing leadership. And now the last event, we'll come to request to join us in a photo session for our marketing purpose. Thank you. Thank you so much, and stay well, stay safe.
Please join. Someone will take a photo.
Oh, okay.